Hey, let's run up a milli.
Run that shit then. Let's go. I'm with it. You cannot see me if your glasses work like they was 3D. Pop your shit up on that TV like I'm fucking needy. Yeah, you hating on the squad, my team but sick maneuvers. You see they waiting on the garden, you turn into Cooper. PIT, we been the squad, they stacked up like a trooper. Lions Den, that's on my guard, I introduce them to you. Don't be no groupie hanging around for no little clout. You get found the fuck out, gon' bear your little faults. I was cold, I thought I fucking told you. Lying about some equal shit, that be that evil shit. Make you sneak a bitch. See the shit, you might dream that shit, but I be that lit. We was raised up on that bullshit, lemonade up in the pulpit. Misbehave, you get the bull with Papa, raise some fucking bull pits. When we pop, we empty full clips. Nigga, you can't pull shit, you bullshit. I want the best out of your hate and then I go little sicker. I just stepped down on a snake and they crying me rivers. You ain't got no job, you ain't got no squad, it's just you and your bitch. That mean you full of shit. Nigga don't fuck with bitch. I think I seen him bust that left, flag that Civic down. He dropped some shit like that, I bet he peace sitting down. Wifey out of bounds, Lavelle ain't really putting it down. I can't blame her on the cool, she wanted batted down. Let her out to get some stick, the boys back in town. You fucked up when you set me up in the bad sound. O&E, I play for keeps, you get your dad found. With his throat where it shouldn't be, I'm fuck around. Neo love up in this bitch, she said she fucking love. Nigga read between the lines, I am your fucking plug. Fucking feet feel too grown, he can't come around. Last year he showed his ass, this year I lay my stud down. You gotta unfriend that nigga. He was talking shit about me, mama.
Yeah, boy, he lit up in the gym. Yeah, Chris Michael. He's a self-proclaimed Messiah. That's him. Hey, the Messiah can have fun too. I ain't mad at you, Chris Michael. Hey, this video off the chain, man. Yeah, welcome to the den. As you can see, this is what we do, man. We entertain, we have fun, but we educate at the same time. I'm gonna give all praise and honor to Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahweh Shar Barakadah. Yeah. And you know what? When we do in these YouTube, Facebook streets, we see the fake, we see the phony, we see the fallacious. So now we gotta regroup and slow it down for you. You know, I've been a master of slowing it down for a while. You see what I'm saying? I've been a master of that for a while. I had to because a lot of y'all in the audience ain't listening. Shout out to this Lan'diin champion, Kemetian Adept Heruphant. Shout out to the Lan'diin queen, Black Beauty Inc., Sister Karima. You see what I'm saying? We don't let y'all niggas slide. We not gonna let y'all slide with some of the shit you say. JABARI went on TV the other day crying about the Israelites. Crying because we celebrating Passover. Said we are celebrating the murder of African babies. How dare you celebrate the murder of African babies? I said, well, goddamn, JABARI, did you read the Bible? So if we talking about the Bible, did you read the Bible? In Exodus 1:15, it says, Pharaoh ordered the maid servants to kill all the male boys of Israel because he's growing in numbers. But say the girls. You know what JABARI said? He said, well, that's not that. It's a made up story anyway. So what in the hell is you crying about? Talking about you putting the propaganda out that we celebrate the death of African babies when it never happened in your eyes. But what we can do for you, JABARI Osaze, the Kemetic priest who you can go to his class for 3 months and and be a Kemetic priest when we know that it take 40 years. It takes 40 years, Jabari. And son, you got to be ashamed of yourself for trying to protect this dude. He is no Floyd Mayweather. He's Larry Holmes. The way he began his ass whooped flabby and shit. And you want to promote him as a... That's why you don't even call him your champion. You just call him Floyd Mayweather. You would prefer to have Napa as your champion. Kamisha will come over there and take the belt from her. Yasha will come over there and take the belt from her. I will come over there and take the belt from her. And for you to strip even Black Jesus Minister belt was fucked up, bro. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm gonna speak on it, bro, because it's called checks and balances. And what you think, you call yourself the king. So can't nobody check you. But you need to be checked on that bullshit the way you did Black Jesus Minister, bro. I don't give a damn if you don't like it or not. We doing what we do over here. I ain't gonna bite my tongue on the bullshit you do over there, bro. I'm not gonna apologize to Napa to have a working social media type of establishment or arrangement or business type of thing with you for our debaters to come over there and for your debaters to even... You don't even want them to come over here because you're scared. But for you to start my Black Jesus Minister after you threw him off the platform and say he ain't champion no more? Who Napa beat? She just got drugged 2 days ago. Because he said, JJ, well, whatever, that's my business. And I give you that. But so it is your business. But we go, hey, like I say, bro, the shit that y'all do over there, man, don't think ain't nobody gonna speak on it. And that shit that Jabari did when Kamisha came on there, you see the estrogen, the extra estrogen, and he connected to his feminine spirit coming out when Kamisha came on there, man. He had to bow down and get into his effeminate ways. And you want to sit here and talk about you Israelites is wrong for doing Passover, and then when one of us bring the scripture up of Exodus 1:15, and it says y'all sent the Pharaoh told the maid servants to kill all these boys, save the girls, and then your explanation was that, well, it's really made up anyway. So why in the hell are you crying and putting the false propaganda out in your mind? You don't even believe it's real. But you crying out there saying that we celebrate the death of African babies when in all reality you don't even believe that shit happened. But what we can do, we can show you, Jabari, we can show you how the pre-dynastic zero, and the first dynasty, and probably even more, have killed young kids and sacrificed them in honor of a God that's the representation of a God on earth, because the Pharaoh, the king, represented the gods on earth as the one as above, so below. Commissioner, am I lying?
Yeah, when you get into that Hyksos doctrine, it get all twisted. You know what I mean? It went beyond the Neteru, because the people was supposed to be just like any other way of life, embodying high principles. But when that Hyksos stuff got in there, we got them translations, and that's what Jabari admitted to going off of. You gonna see that too when we play the video. E Wallace Bud, he gonna tell you when I say he like, yep, that's right. You know, like he was proud of it. So
all of them. Reggie said it too.
yeah,
Reggie go off of that.
Yep, they both go off of it.
Let me say something before we get started. Reggie, you are you are a coward, bro. Because all you want to do is jump on, be a cheerleader, and critique people, and I'm Dr. Reggie, and all that blah 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 bullshit. But when it's time, even SANETER say, "Well, are you going to debate, Commission?" I'm 56 years old. Black Jesus, 55. I'm 50. Elder Kana, 50, probably 2 or 3. It's either yes or no, brother. We don't want to hear no excuse because you always want to try to critique people, take people to museums and think you really telling them something. You ain't telling them shit. Some regurgitated shit that you heard. And then you say all these people, your master teachers and all this shit, Dr. Ben. Well, Dr. Ben acknowledged us as a people. Dr. Ben and the other one, what's his Jockanon? What's the other one name? Jockanon? Yeah. Come on, man. And it's like your whole agenda over there is to try to tear down Israelites. But I don't get it, Jabari, when you sit up there and you're crying about the goddamn on Passover and they're celebrating the death of Israelite babies, and then when I bring out this when Kamisha brought the scripture, when Yahweh brought up the scripture, well, it's not even real. So what you mad for? But this is what we going. But now that made me say, well, me and him already had a conversation about this. But Kamisha's conversation is recent, so we're going to show that first, and and then we're going to show you how you used a goddamn lie when you said that the Egyptians, the Kemetians didn't do retainer sacrifices. Like you might be living up good while you living with the Pharaoh. You pray he don't die while you in the house, while you in the house of the king of the Pharaoh. You hope they have a young Pharaoh so you can, but goddamn, when it's time, but some of them die young. But these first zero and first Pharaohs, kings, they called them kings back then. King Aha. He kept trying to pressure to a commission talking about, well, show me the Pharaoh you're talking about that did you retainer sacrifices. Anybody don't know what a retainer sacrifice is? It's when the Pharaoh died, all he bring your servants with him to go with him in the afterlife. Cut your goddamn head up, decapitate you, poison you first, decapitate you, and now your ass going with him in the afterlife so you can still serve him to be over there in the I don't know, the field of reason with Osiris or whatever, something like that. But Kamisha come from an aspect, well, I don't really believe all that because it was translated by E. Wallace Budge. So when we question them about the translations, I can keep talking stuff about this type of stuff because it was translated not by our own people, and y'all accept that. But go ahead, Commissioner. I've been talking a little long, man, because I know you want to go in. Kareem, you got anything to say? If not, go ahead, Commissioner. I think she might be, handling business in the house or whatever.
Yeah, no, I ain't got nothing to say.
Okay.
Well, all is well, man. Let me rise upon the seven. Give praises to the great God. You know what I mean? When we call Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to the prophet, Noble Drew Ali, and honors to, all of our family, honors to our Hebrew family, most definitely Shalom.
Come on, man, get the ball. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Shalom family. And we represent the Shabbat Alahayim over here, man. Unity is what we really demonstrate. Can't nobody do it like we doing it over here in the Lan'diin. We eating, all that falsehood up with this truth. So what I want to do, I'm gonna go into some things and show our family what took place, with JABARI. And last night, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna let you see. I want you to see what he's saying, and we're gonna break this demonstration down, and we're gonna prove. He say we couldn't show him this. So I'm finna show y'all how disingenuous this man is. First, I want to say this. JABARI say everything in the Bible is fake. It don't exist. You know what I mean? But yet he turn around and say that God ordered a people to be slaughtered and killed. That's an oxymoron.
Oxymoron. I was just getting ready to say that.
That's an oxymoron.
Garfield. I mean, not Garfield. I'm so used to calling Garfield an oxymoron. JABARI, you are an oxymoron.
And you can see. So how can you? And I want to harp on that for a second. How can you say you don't believe in a text is false, and yet then when it come down to you trying to attack that doctrine, then it's all good and well. Now it's true. We got to stop this, people. This God murdered people. This God killed people. Well, if the text ain't real, then how is it a God killing somebody? That's your own illusion that you're making up, right? You know, so basically you fall on your own sword with that argument right there, brother. You see, I respected that platform last night because that's how I am anywhere I go. I move cordially, you know, but you called me a liar, you know, and all I did is put the truth out there, brother. Only thing I did, for one, I know it's a lot of cultists over there in the platform that's going to believe Jabari no matter what he say. And so just like you reneged on me with the information when I asked you to prove what you had to say, and you talking about you had one source from a book, I said prove it from your own merit. I did basically the same thing you did. But when I did it and then give you what I had, because I got it over here, everybody know me for having sources. I don't even play. But when I did it, the coaches came out, you know, talking about where they at. So I'm finna show you where they at, brother Jabari. And you got some explaining to do to the community as to why you are trying to hide this and sweep it under the rug. But this is what happened when you follow Europeans like E. Wallace Budge. This is what happened when you worship at the feet of the Hikaka and try to claim you Kemetic at the same time. And you too, Reggie, you know, Mr. Hit and Run, you know, we got a grand drawing for you as well. So sit back and learn, because we know Dr. Ben, John Henry Clark, all of them spoke highly of the Moors. So why you don't do the same? They spoke highly of the Moors. You see, everybody in the community under the measure, you don't even know what you're talking about. You're still using a European dictionary and can't translate nothing Demotic. Jabari can't neither, because they follow E. Wallace Budge way. So listen to this. This is what happened, family. We're going to let y'all see what happened so y'all can see how disingenuous these guys are.
Right. Let's get it.
Let me show you so y'all don't think we just.
All right, and then the commissioner fell off, but he gonna be back on. And then, like I say, brother Jabari, I've already dealt with you on this topic when a couple times, but the last time I dealt with you on this topic was when you were supposed to debate Shaka. You were supposed to debate Shaka, and he didn't show up. So he had me, Garfield, Polite, Jabari, what's his dude name? The other dude, I always reminisce. I can't think of that nigga name. Anyway, it was a whole group of panels on there, and they was trying to come at me. So first I beat up on Polite.
Okay, here we go.
All right, yeah, we back. I had to,
Yeah.
you know, I don't like dead air. Go ahead, family.
Yeah, pardon myself, family. I messed
Okay.
around and came out that tab and hit the wrong thing. So yeah, here we go. Right here, we're gonna share it and let them hear. Let me turn it up too to make sure they get all the volume. We want to make sure they hear everything. All right. And you see that, Judah?
No, yeah, Karima got to share it.
Okay. Yeah, let me know when it's ready.
Yeah, make it large.
Okay, make it
You
large.
know, how they expand it or whatever, full screen. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
All right. Now, hold on, stop.
Yeah, let me bring on another
Tell
brother.
the people what we going into right here. What?
Brother Jabari, when I talk, I need everybody.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yes, have some discipline. No, we got to move forward, Jabari, because I got people here. I want to get them out. I want to end this joint. So let me bring on another brother, a brother who is well studied. He reminds me of a little Dr. Reggie. He reminds me of a little Dr. Reggie.
No, the hell he don't.
Brother know his science. He goes by the name of Kemetian Adept. And he knows.
Jump on, mighty Hebrew.
He reminds me of a little Reggie, because Reggie, I think Reggie
Link
is
could be
older.
in the chat.
That's why I'm saying little. Not little in size, but, you know, younger. And so I bring on the brother Egyptian Adept in the building. What's going on, my brother?
He called you Egyptian. But get on us for saying that.
What's happening?
Watch Reggie. Watch Reggie over there.
Upon the seven, giving praises to the great God. You know, whatever name one used, all is well. We ain't got to go there. But I've been enjoying the show tonight. You know, it's been a grand drawing. A lot of blood, you know, all over the place, so to speak. You know what I mean? But I will say this right here. I was sitting here listening, right? And the going back and forth. And I heard our brother Jabari. I got a question for him. I heard him ask Well, he stated, that our brother Yeshua never spoke on eye for eye, tooth for tooth. And it's another measure I want to go into too, brother Jabari. Both of these questions for you. One dealing with Egypt, when Pharaoh sent the sent the people out to slaughter the children, right? Do you think that this was one that was of ancient Kemet as far as being in the rights of Ma'at, or do you think this was of the Hyksos or the Hyksos?
I'm gonna
Now pay attention to the question I asked him now. All the while, this the man that's saying the God of the Bible is killing the people off now.
Yeah,
But
it's a trap.
Now watch.
Hey, reiterate that question one more time for the live audience. Say it one more time, Kemetian.
Yeah, basically what I asked him, is that particular Pharaoh that was ruling during the time when that army was sent out to kill them babies. You see, was this one of the Hyksos, or was this one that was following the laws of Ma'at? You see?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Was these the original people, or was these the Hyksos? So I was giving him a way out in the honorable way. I gave him a way out, but
what did he say?
Watch it. This is what he said. Listen to it.
Oh my God.
Now remember this the one say the Bible ain't real, the God ain't real, the people ain't real. So if it ain't real, how do you give this answer right here then?
Let's hear it.
That I don't believe the story is a historical story at all.
Okay, let's just say if it was.
Wait. That's the first thing I have to say, that I don't believe that this is a historical story.
Okay.
This is a story that was created by the and weaponized by the Hebrew people, right? It is anachronistic. I think that Elder Yara thinks the term anachronistic is a good thing. When historians talk about something being anachronistic, they're saying that things that don't fit in the same time frame are placed in the same time frame. It's almost like you seeing enslaved people escape enslavement by jumping in a helicopter. It's like, wait, something wrong. And that's what we've seen.
I want to say this.
There are anachronisms. Right. And I also want to clarify something you said. I did not say Jesus didn't speak on the eye for an eye. He did speak on it.
You say he didn't agree with it.
He spoke against it.
He spoke against it.
Yes.
But I want to ask the question. The reason I'm saying it, because I don't really follow the Gregorian time periods. I don't agree with it. I read it in books, but I take it with a grain of salt. And so from that,
see, Reggie didn't like that when I said that. Watch this
particular standpoint. I do.
I seen his body. I seen his body. What do they call that? Body functions. Body.
As authenticity. That's my point of view. So with that, I would say that this was the Hyksos pharaohs who they didn't come at one time. Actually, they began to come because they was living around the banks of the Nile during the time when Mina actually united Lower and Upper Kemet. They were nomads at that time, but they had not yet come all the way into Kemet.
You are now
okay. Kemetian, just pause right there for 1 second.
You see
pause
this?
Right there.
You see
what?
This?
Why is that Reggie acting like that?
I'm gonna show you why. Because he don't like the fact that I said I didn't honor the Gregorian calendar. See, every time we say something about the European, Reggie get mad. See, because he loyal to that. He think he went to these schools and these colleges, just like Jabari. You seen him he rolled his eyes over there, right? What I'm trying to tell these people that the Hyksos or Hyksos, they don't know that title was actually applied to anybody that was foreign, that was coming outside there, just like even they use the term Asiatic as well. That's why you'll see sometime the term Asiatic is used synonymous with Hyksos, even though Asiatic really just meant a people in certain aspects of Kemet. You see what I'm saying? That wasn't Egyptian. So when you get into this right here, they shaking their hands because they don't agree with me placing the Hyksos back during the 3100 BC dynasty. I'm telling them this the time when they started moving in, but they reached their height around 15th dynasty, 16th dynasty, but they had already been moving in. This wasn't an overnight process. It was gradual. Right. And that's what they don't get. And Reggie, he following what the Europeans say, so he want to say, well, this is 16th dynasty, 15th. I know why he's shaking his hand. And the same reason why Jabari go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying. You can look at both of them. They like, what you can look at Jabari smiling, Reggie like, oh, please stop. Yeah. That's a tactic. When listen. Yeah. When people like, while you talking and he doing all the hand moving, he want everybody to look over here.
Psychology. Psychology.
Come on, man.
Right.
I had to tell Sebastian to stop doing that, bro. I said, man, turn your damn camera off. Don't nobody want to see you with your head all over, slumped over to the side and all that, man.
But
bro.
see, they know them people cultic that's in that chat box.
So now you are running a cult over there.
That's
for the simple fact, there's no way that Yara lost this conversation the other day with Jabari. No way. But how is it always you get us to come over there to do your debates and your polls, we always getting slaughtered 80% to 20. It's 20% of smart people to see that shit.
And they don't even know what they're looking at half.
No, they don't.
Watch this. Go
ahead, let's get it.
Hold up. They reached their peak around the time of 15 to 16 dynasty, you know, but they had already been easing their way in there. Now, that's just from my research. Now, let me say this here in regards to dealing with that, because I say I ain't finna argue the Gregorian calendar history with you. The measure dealing with our brother Yehoshua, or Jesus, if you want to call him that, in Luke 19:27, he stated, you know, that all of those who didn't believe in him, bring them to him, you know, and he would slay them, right? So would you say that this was in line with what it was that he taught? That had something to do with him not agreeing with the eye for eye, tooth for tooth. Also, when he said he didn't come to bring peace but a sword. You see what I'm saying? So I would ask you that right there.
Okay, brother, I wanna explain.
Go ahead.
That when we're talking here, the problem is the murder of innocents. And I think that what I'm hearing people do is they're trying to actually talk about defense.
Now, y'all know I asked that question for this reason, because he was trying to act like Jesus didn't believe in eye for eye, tooth for tooth. So that was my reason why I asked him that question. Now he finna try to gerrymander his way up out this situation. You see what I'm saying? This is what he gonna try to do. Listen to him, watch him now. Yeah, it's psychology, fam.
Yeah, he's slick.
That's Jabari's way. He know the people look at him like he's supposed to be so-called a netter on earth on this thing here. So he used that psychology to create the audience. He ain't even talking to me, he's talking to his audience.
That's why he go on different platforms. This shit don't work.
Right.
A lot of us on the platform is watching can see through it. A lot of these is Dr. Seuss books, y'all, right here.
Yeah, we don't see him as the deity that he claimed to be. But they do. You see what I'm saying? They do. We don't.
Until somebody like you and me come over and humble his ass.
Facts. Now watch. He gonna get heated in a minute. Watch.
Right. Who about to get heated? Who about to get heated?
Jabari.
I can't stand him.
Yeah, he gonna turn up. Watch this.
And I want you not to get confused. Some of you have gotten confused by what our brother Elder Yara said. The conversation, I'm going to say it really clearly. The conversation is about whether we should follow a deity that supports the murder of innocents and children. So you're now talking about Jesus saying he brought the sword. Did he say he brought the sword to kill babies? You actually also, because that
you mixing it up now, brother.
No,
what I'm
saying is that what you're describing is not what we're describing.
Stop the video, Commission. I need to know those two questions you gave him.
Well, basically the one that I was giving him, remember I asked him about the Hikaka suit? You know, the pharaohs the ones that killed the baby. I asked him, those pharaohs that killed those babies, were they the ones following Ma'at, or were they of the Hikaka suit? Like I say, I was trying to give him a window out.
Right. And what did
he's saying everything fake, so it ain't a real narrative. But my thing is, if it's fake, then how you saying that God sent somebody, you know, the Israelites, and told them to dash somebody's head against a stone?
Okay, then let me answer that for you.
You know what I mean?
Because their goal,
when you want it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Their goal over there is to, I don't know if they sent in or whatever, but their goal is to keep us disorganized, keep us with disunity, and tear down the Bible, anything that got anything to do with God. That's the main reason why I kept going over there to bust them in their goddamn head. No, me and SANETER ain't friends like that, bro.
Wow.
Let's get it out of there. I go over there for business. I don't go over there to kiss that nigga ass.
Watch
I
this.
go over there, and when I go over there, or any of us go over there, a lot of us, we not going over there to kiss this nigga ass because his whole goal is to tear down the Bible.
Watch this.
Period.
Watch this, JJ.
No, it's about the conversation. That's the way you perceive it. But what I'm saying is that
explain how
all I ask, I want you to hear me again. Matter of fact, let me show you what I'm talking about briefly. It ain't long.
This was today.
This was last night.
Not the scripture that I'm finna show you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let me show it to you real quick. This is what he said right here. And I would think you say he didn't deal with murder.
And my screen wasn't sharing, but I was reading.
I say unto you. You see that? For I say unto you, that unto everyone which shall have been given, and from him that hath not, even he that hath shall been taken away from them before me. Where's the one at?
SANETER. Come on, brother.
Yeah, y'all keep talking.
Now, stop right there. Stop. See, now all three of these, what they done is a distraction to get Kemetian to stop talking. Reggie doing the waving, right? SANETER putting up the kiggles and bits. So that give that gave a JABARI an excuse to interrupt him. Come on, man. Y'all better pay attention.
Right.
Let's go.
Yep. It's all tactics.
You see how they play?
Right.
For those mine enemies which would not, that I should bring over them, bring hither and slay them before me. So in other words, he was slaying these people because, they said that they didn't want to believe him. They didn't want to follow him. Would you consider those innocent people? Or would you consider those who didn't want to move with the law at that time? And that was the law.
Brother,
you didn't follow the prophet.
We are talking about the murder.
I'm asking you the question. Is that innocent?
He said he was going to slay his enemies. Are you saying that the
you see him now?
Babies...
Now he say he was going to slay his enemies. He say all those who didn't believe in me. Do that make them his enemies because they didn't believe in him? You see what I'm saying? They just didn't believe. They chose the buck. So how you going to take this right here and then say, okay, he was talking about his enemies? Well, they didn't do nothing physically to him. They just didn't like his message, but he was going to take him off the count, and you going to say that he was just solely about peace, and try to use that to try to rebut the brother Elder Yasharahla. When he come in it, one should basically be willing to demonstrate eye for eye, tooth for tooth, and you saying that Jesus didn't believe that? That's what I'm using to debunk it. So now you see how he tried to play his way out of it. Psychology. Watch it.
Sorry, his enemies? Is that what you're saying?
You still.
No, wait. Answer the question. No, I don't get it. Answer the question.
Come on, Kemetian. You got to answer the question, brother.
Stop there. Stop there.
You see that?
Yeah. Son, if you don't sit your ass down, bro, why ain't you saying, come on, JABARI, you got to answer the question? See, over at the Lan'diin, man.
Right.
I get out the way.
Yeah. He keeps his treasured voices on there, and those are the ones that he uses all the time. That's why it's very culty. I agree with Brother Kemetian on that. Yeah.
Last night, that's because that's where the bread come from. He can't let me
right. Because he's gonna keep that's why he keeps his following behind the people who get the most views. That's he know what he's doing. He know what he's doing.
Right. You see what I'm saying?
Good question.
Are you saying that the babies are his enemies?
Say that again?
Brother,
I can't hear you.
4 times. You heard me.
No, I can't.
Say it again, JABARI. Say it again.
You said that Yeshua said, bring him his enemies and he will slay them with the sword. Are you saying that the babies are his enemies?
No, see, that's what I'm saying. You mixing it up, brother.
No,
mixing the question. That's why I say you don't understand what I'm asking. Let me put it in context.
No, stop.
When I asked you about the babies, brother, I was speaking of Pharaoh.
Watch.
Listen, brother, listen.
That ain't got nothing to do with the Jesus question.
All right, hold on, Kemetian.
Listen, hold on. Listen. You are talking about passages where Jesus seems to actually be a warrior. I'm not taking issue with those.
Right.
I'm not taking issue with those.
Right.
See, there you go. That's the first sign of emotionalism. You see that? Watch.
I'm taking issue with the Hebrew deity who sends the angel of death to murder children. not enemies, not people who don't follow, children. That's what this conversation is about.
I asked you two different questions, bro.
And I've answered
what you're doing, you mixing the questions up.
No, you are
one was dealing with Jesus. The other one about the children I asked you, brother, was the first question. When I asked you, when the Pharaoh that was spoken of in the book, that it says slew the children, he went, son them in there, kill them. I said, was that a Pharaoh of the Hyksos or the Hyksos dynasty?
I already said to you that I don't.
That's what I was touching on the children.
It did not happen. Wait, let me say two things.
You say it didn't happen.
Let me say
I disagree,
things.
which I beg to differ.
You say two things.
First I want to see your proof for it. For what you claim.
This one ain't gonna get hot.
Answer. First of all, let me say to you that that event did not happen. It's a mythological story.
Prove it to us, brother.
Listen.
You can't just say, SANETER tell you, put up a shit up, prove it, Lamar.
I have been proving that. I have done lectures on did the Exodus exist.
We're not it up for the people.
He talking about the Exodus. You see how he dance around?
You gotta let him finish.
You see how he dance around the question?
My fault, family. I had to step off for a second.
Oh no, you all right?
Okay, yeah. Give me about 5 more minutes, bro.
No, but SANETER was real quick to try to defend him and shut you down. I don't like that about Saw, man.
Hold up, yeah. Now let's speak on that for a sec. SANETER, this is why your pose is the way it is, because the people listen to and your audience listen to everything you say. Everything you say,
it's called right. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Zion. It's a code.
No, okay. So in psychology, they have this thing about people who what do they call conformity, right? People who conform.
Conformity. Say it again, Zion.
So it's conformity. So that's when so for instance, if they did a test, right? They did this test in psychology, and one guy goes into a room full of people who are already, I'm not going to be long, who are already, they're fake. They're fake people. So he's sitting in a room and they all take a test and everyone answers all of the questions wrong. And the one person who's in the room, who's actually the actual person being tested, he decides to answer the question wrong so that he doesn't get looked at the wrong way. They conform to the popular thinking.
That's crazy.
That's exactly what's happening.
You know what? It could have been me. I'm gonna answer what I think is right. I don't give a damn what 100 y'all say.
And you know what? In very few instances, in very few instances, there's somebody who will always go against. In very few instances, in the majority of the instances, everyone else will conform and answer the question wrong, even though they know that they're answering it wrong.
That's right.
Because everyone else answered it wrong. They want to answer it wrong so that they don't stand out.
Yeah, the people in the box don't have a lot of integrity. They won't stand up against and speak truth to power.
Right.
That's the mindset of a coach.
That's the difference between us. That's why the den be hitting so hard.
Right.
Because we don't do that shit.
Right.
Even look at Takari. Takari will argue a flat earth all day. He don't care how much science you bring, how much the earth is flat. And that's why we always got good debates, because we ain't over here confirmation biased.
Right. That's right, bro. Facts. Watch this.
And in fact, what I would do is I would ask you to look at my description on the Kemetic origins of Easter, where I talked about the fact that the Exodus could not have occurred. That's what I'd like.
Now you see, he talking about something totally different.
Historians no longer believe that
what that got to do with the Exodus occurring or not.
But this is the deal.
And if
you have
it didn't,
said, do I think that was a Hyksos ruler or a Kemetic ruler? And there's two ways to answer it. First of all, I want to reinforce that is not a historical story. And second of all, I want to say that if we even want to try to look at time frames and say, could it have been this person?
So if it's not a historical story, Jabari, how then are you taking a biblical text and using a historical narrative to back your claims?
Right.
That these things never happened. and then
Here's the
say
problem.
God
Here's the
killed
problem with his argument, because he knows better. He
He ain't
knows
no
that the Exodus story has to do with transmigration.
Yeah, he know what time it is.
He
How
knows
you
that
gonna?
there was transmigration all through North Africa into the Sinai Peninsula.
Yeah, he disingenuous,
He's
and
being
he know it.
disingenuous.
He
That's right.
disingenuous.
Could have been that person. There's no way that we could say that that ruler was a Hyksos ruler. Because you have to understand, if you believe that these are historical narratives, then one of the things that you're going to say, if you believe that Jesus existed, you're going to tell me that you believe that Josephus is the one that gives us a historical narrative. Well, Josephus is also the person that says that the Hyksos were the Hebrews, not someone else.
Well, Hyksos were Hebrew.
How could they be?
Jabbar, what's the oldest Bible you know of?
Hold on. How could they both be the people who enslaved and escaped?
They weren't Hebrew Israelites, but they were Hebrew.
Oh,
Jabbar, what's the oldest Bible?
Arabs are
how
Hebrew.
about to get me to curse on some
Arabs are Hebrew.
No, you are right. Cause see, you won't. I'm listening to you, right? But when I speak, you chop into what I'm saying. That way, it make it
I
longer
let
than
you
what I'm
speak.
speaking.
You asked me a question and I answered the question.
So listen to what I'm saying, brother. This
Go
is not
ahead.
important.
I'm listening to you now.
You said that's your opinion. Okay, I'm cool with that. I didn't ask you for a lecture. All I said is pull it up. Because anything I say, I'm willing to pull it up.
Okay,
right?
I'll pull it up then.
But
SANETER, he's asked me to pull it up. Would you like me to pull it up?
The proof.
Can I talk before I go? Yes, pull it up. Go ahead, Reggie, real quick. All right, let Reggie talk before he go.
Go ahead.
Because I want to move on.
Yeah, I'm gonna just talk real quick and then I'm gonna go. It was a great conversation. Kemetian Adept, you came on the show and you said
and the show did good too, by the way, man. The numbers still going up right now.
Right.
The numbers still climbing. They about 9,000, and I ain't get no promo, huh? I ain't get no promo, family. I ain't get no fly, nothing.
Wow.
And that's at 9,000. You hear me? The people loved it, but Reggie got mad because the people caught what we were saying. They love the content. Now look what he tried to do.
See, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. They want to hold you against you because you're in Lion's Den.
I want everybody to go to any Egyptian dictionary and look up her and look up more, right? More. You will find
Try to turn it down for a second.
is associated to a person, and that the definition of that person is wretched and needy.
Now let me stop that right there. What he doing? That's selective research, family. How many times I done pulled this stuff out? Karima done seen me do it 1,000,000 times and show you, you know what I mean, mirror and how many different definitions. But this is selective research when you take the most negative connotation that you can bring forth to try to tear something down. And that means you really don't trust your audience. You actually insulting the intelligence of your audience, saying that they ain't wise enough or they too dumb to recognize what you're doing. That's what he really saying.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right. Yep.
How many times I done showed y'all that mirror mean high priest or it mean beloved? Man, I got whole like 4 different pages. And this guy go try to find the most negative definition and say wretched. See, they disingenuous. All because they want to try to tear something down, bro.
And so when you did that, and I'm sure you looked through, I know Medunecha.
Stop there. Stop.
And this going back to that last conversation we had. That's why he hollering he know Medunecha.
How did he know it when? Okay, Kemetian, but do he really know it? Can I mean?
No, he
what
don't.
did he mean by that?
I told him he don't know it. In the last, that's why he coming back now. In that last video,
is it a language where he can speak it?
No, sir.
So what the hell is he talking about?
Not at all.
So he said he can decipher symbols. What dynasty do you come from? Because all I want the same. A retard Reggie.
And the brother said it's a brother in here that caught it. He said it about Reggie. He said, yeah. He said the brother just told Reggie, you know, where it's at right here. What that statement that brother said. Where it's at.
You find it wild, but like I said, man, these guys, man, they misleading the people. Jabari over here arguing about the killing of African babies. He mad because Israelites celebrate Passover because we have killed all these babies. Then when I point to him, or any of us point to him, Exodus 3, or Exodus 1 and 15, where Pharaoh told the maid servants to kill all the Israelite boys. Then he said, well, no, well, really, that's not even true. The story's not true. So why are you arguing this narrative and putting this narrative out like you don't even believe it? But like I say, what we do have is Egyptians killing babies. 24-year-olds. They ain't even lived at past the age of Tupac. Tupac was still a baby when he died. And there go Tupac right there. He was a baby. Just think what Tupac could have did if he would have reached the age of 50.
Facts.
So those are babies that was in those graves when these retainers sacrificed because they wanted them to go with their servants to go with them or whoever they want to take with them to be with them in the afterlife. That's not fair. Did they deserve that? It's crazy, man.
Yeah, I believe they be deleting comments on
Oh
it.
yeah, they do. Oh yeah, they do that all, bro. You can't find it now. It's been
Yeah.
deleted. Now I'm
Yeah,
gonna tell you this right now. I can show you where I recorded when me and Reggie and I put him on a Kemetic hot seat, and at that time, they was JJ, you the House of Conscious champion, right? But then after Senator got mad at me and shit, I went back to watching on this channel, and he deleted it. I can show that to you. He ain't doing nothing different than some of these pharaohs and Kemet was doing when they try to erase history. One pharaoh would be jealous of another one. They
He
would
did that
scrap the shit
to
off the
my
wall.
shit. He did that
Took
to us when
video down, Zion.
we came on there with multiple cats. You know what I'm saying? He straight up deleted
Yep.
that whole thing. Why do you even try to create content if you're gonna delete it? That to me is weak.
And I
That's so
told him,
weak to me, yo.
yeah. I
Yeah,
told him, I said, why you taking away their history right there, bro? You mad because you couldn't put them in the trick box? He couldn't put Neo in the trick box. He couldn't put Just Us in the trick box, and he couldn't put you in the trick box, Zion.
Right, right. And because we shouted out then, you know what I'm saying? He got to try to, you know what I'm saying, diminish that, totally erase that. You know what I'm saying? That's weak, man. I don't appreciate that. And then he always want to act like, you know, so oh, this is the big leagues, this is the big leagues.
Oh,
Nigga,
goddamn big
please.
league.
Nigga, please.
yeah,
Big
look like
league,
they
a
took it
big
out.
league
Yeah,
of fools over there, bro. Especially his audience.
yeah,
I
look
need
like
my
they,
$5 back for that Phil Valentine's video and that Asher Crazy video. It was two. It was 2 for $5. And Pop, I want my fucking money. Five
Hey,
Freddy. Fat Five
Zion.
Frankie. I need my money, man.
Hey, what year he sent you them videos, man?
That shit was like it was like 1999,
He
2000,
showed you
bro.
some
Like,
blank. You got on getting ready to think
show
you
me
finna
some
get
blanks,
edified.
man. Show me some
Wow.
blanks, man.
And you told him that when he brought his ass over here, man.
And did he deny that he was in front of the Apollo Theater?
yeah, they definitely
He did
deleted it.
not. He didn't deny
Don't worry
it. He
about the
laughed
commission. We
because he
believe you.
knew
Go
that
on.
was him.
Let's continue
They
with the
definitely
information.
deleted
He either was in front of the Apollo Theater or he was in front of Dr. J's.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it was.
commission. That's what they do, man. Go
Yeah,
ahead, brother.
it was a brother in there that said, "Man, I just went and looked up what Commission said about the bodies. You know, you gonna see that right there." And they said that it was there. You know, when I was showing them the stuff about the Pharaoh that
Mm-hmm.
Jabari say we couldn't find.
Right.
Nature, and I asked you for your teachers. You say that I am selective, but I looked at the definition of a person for more, right? And the definition
wrong.
for is needy and wretched. And I have co-text in other texts to show you exactly how it's used. I'm not selective. That's facetious, right? More is a pejorative term.
Now notice this ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about. This cause I whooped him over there in my combo.
Good
right.
brother, good thinker. I think that you're bright. I just think that you're wrong on that. For you to say that I did selective research, right? I've done lots of presentations, but I will end. I just want to let the readers know you can look at the TLA. You can look at Gardner's Dictionary, Dixon's Dictionary. You can look at Vickers Dictionary, and you can look up more, and you will find that more means associated to a person, wretched and needy, right? So it would be problematic for you to make the word more survive.
Okay, Commission.
Yes, sir.
Can you pull up the definition for the other definitions for this to show the audience?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I just thought about it right when you said. I say I'm gonna go and pull this up again.
Yeah, do that, man.
I'm
like
tired of
of
having
these
to pull the
clowns.
same thing up with these fools because they don't know what they be talking about, bro. And what he doing, like I say, he doing a selective research. You know, where he go and pick one portion out, and this coming out of my book again that I'm actually in the process of writing. You know, we done already got on this demonstration, man. They think it's a game. We don't play when we bring this information. And I showed them the origin of more. Always go right back to Mar. You know, that's one of the oldest aspects of it, which actually I show them how it's rooted in the Hebrew language. When they say let there be light, the word more is spelled M-A-O-R instead of M-A-U-R. Light, a luminary. And that's why Amun-Ra is there, because Amun-Ra represented the light in ancient Kemet. So every priest that came from Amun-Ra, you know, they were known as what they called the Mar, or the Mari. You see, they were known as the high priest of Amun-Ra. And I also have that in here. So what I did is I went and broke these things down. And this excerpt is coming from, you know, our research society, so to speak, called the Egyptian Adept Research Society. Who were the M&R? The Mar, notice here, Mir, Mera, Mary, Mary, and Meru. So all these definitions that I have, they come, you know, in regards to dealing with each one of these words of ancient Kemet. Mar, the grand Heruphant, Amun. From the above, we can see that from olden times, since they're memorable, it says time immemorial. The title derived from the root M&R is translated as Mar, was conferred upon Amen, Amen, Amin, Aman, Amun, and I just went through the vowels. That's why I did that. I say himself being one of the oldest Neteru to be venerated since the acceptance of the ancient Kemetian practice of the adept deification of man. This practice continued in succession of those who were initiates, became high priests of this order, who followed the traditions of preserving the universal laws of Ma'at under auspices of the sacred teachings of ancient rite of Egyptian adept masters, right? So I say Mir, the title of high priest of Amun. It is universally embraced that the high priest who came through the line of succession as their heir apparent of Amen received the title Mir in reference to their station of inheritance. Mir in transliteration as their station of occupancy. It says also linguistically traced to the root M and R, where Mir is often translated as gods and goddesses, keepers of the seal, sheiks of tribes, chiefs of caravans. He said the only way you find, you know, Mir or Mir being used in relation to dealing with a person is dealing with wretched. See how disingenuous this man is. What about the gods and goddesses? What about the keepers of the seal? What about the sheiks of tribes and chiefs of caravan? Are those not people, Reggie? Inspectors of dignitaries, overseers. It says are beloved, right, of. Amen, Amen, Amun. Amun, from the Egyptian adept perspective, we refer to such a one as an executive ruler, or the love thought of the great God known as Neter in the Pert M. Heru books of Coming Forth by Light. And so I give them the proofs on what I'm saying. And like I tell people all the time, when you see me using these texts, here, we're not even referring to the symbols, because we know these things, these words were translated either from Coptic, they were translated from Demotic, and they were translated from Hieratic. You know, the symbols were used to throw people off. And so this is where you see chief of the steward, overseer of the gold, overseer of silver foundry, and E. Wallace Budge didn't bring these words on the manifest. It was Coptic priests, by the way. So we're not using E. Wallace Budge works. We're using the works of Coptic priests that E. Wallace Budge took credit for. Let us make that be understood. Overseers of sacred property, overseer of the servants at temple of estate on private property. These are people. Phantoms don't own private property, people. You see what I'm saying? Overseer of cattle. Ghosts ain't got no reason to be overseeing cattle, people. Who are these that is referring to here, Reggie? Keepers of the books. Ghosts keep books. Spirits keep books, Reggie. Governor of the Greeks. Man, they got all type of definitions in here referring to people with this root word, M&R, and it was very prevalent. For example, this is a very important one here, Mir Kemet, Ketemet, pardon self. The word Khatem in Arabic, that means seal of the prophets. That's where it comes from. It's the Egyptian origin of it, because the word seal is from Khatem, but it's Mir Khatem. So these priests are people who held these titles, which were mostly referred to as overseers and keepers of the seal. Mir was always at the root here. And this ain't the only thing now, because we can go further than that right there, right? This is the Mary portion of it. It says, Mary, Mary, Meru, the high priest of Amun, the seal bearer of the king of Lower Egypt. Was the king of Lower Egypt a person? Huh? The overseer of the priest, we already showed you who the overseers are, of Upper and Lower Egypt. Anytime you see that word overseer of the priest, it's referring to Mir. It says the high priest of Amun, the steward of Amun, the overseer of granaries of Amun, the overseer of the double treasury of silver, the double treasury of gold of Amun, the overseer of the cattle of Amun, the overseer of the fields of Amun. I showed you all of that up there, right? Now, when we get here, there's more. Now you get into, dealing with love and desire, beloved woman. You see, Meruti. Come on, Merut, Mera. You see, lover, friend. These are people talking about emotion that people have for each other. But see, this is why I say Reggie demonstrates selective research, because he went and tried to find the most negative word he can find out of all these that y'all seen, because he got that much hate in it. And then he trying to claim that he Ma'adik. You Ma'adik, but you going against your ancestors when you know in Ma'at that it tell you that. And JABARI tried to say I went in opposition to the ancestors. No, Reggie and you are in opposition to the ancestors because you're dishonest and you're disingenuous and you're lying to the people. Well, what about Merua here, which mean a god? See, you don't want to talk about that there, huh? You see? So they'll go into all the negative. Look, chief of the caravan, Meruat. Here it go right here. Sheiks of tribes. Who do you know that use the term sheik? Do you know that the oldest sheik in ancient Kemet was like 4,500 years, in existence? The oldest sheik existed 4,500 years ago in Kemet. Did you know that? Since y'all know so much. So who do you think these people are? And it just goes on and on. I don't need to go there no more. People get to see it when I finish this work that I'm putting together. You know what I mean? But you know what? Since I'm here, let me pull these quotes up here from John Henry Clark now, that I got in here, because I got measures in here from all of those who actually contributed to these works, since they always like to boast, and go to hollering about, what it is that they teachers taught them. You know what I mean? All of these cats here, matter of fact, this is Dr. Yusuf Ben Yakinen. You asked about him early, Judah. He was, 30, he was Mason. He called himself a Grand Master, too, of his craft that he created. But he is one that had held his view that it relates to the identity of the Mari people as being the same as the priests of Amun-Ra. This is what he said, right? Himself. Tehuti going against, not Tehuti, but Reggie going against that. You know what I mean? And he's saying he followed this man, John Henry Clark. He also got videos out there where he spoke highly on the Moors, along with Ivan Van Sertima, Dana Reynolds, the sister wrote a grand book based on the word, Chancellor Williams. All these elders spoke good in regards to dealing with the Moors. Reggie praised them, but he go in opposition to what they state. That's called being disingenuous, selective researching. He's what I would call a narcissistic megalomaniac, when it comes to this demonstration out here with these teachers. You see? So, man, we ain't finna play with these guys. Let me move on with
we
this
can
demonstration.
talk more. You could prove me wrong. And outside of that, it was a great conversation between all parties. And y'all have a great night inside.
Reggie, will you debate Kemetian?
Yeah.
No, I'm not
Would
debating.
you come in the ring on that?
Brother, listen, have you written anything?
Have I written anything, brother? I've been teaching for 30 years, brother.
Brother, wait, hold on. I'm 57 years old.
I got a lot that I wrote too, by the way. A whole
I'm
lot.
57 years old.
I'm writing right now.
All right, that's enough. That's it. So you want to debate him, Reggie? You don't want to debate him?
No, I'm not.
Y'all see that? Y'all see it, right?
Okay, so let's move on. We done with it. We done with it. Hold on, Commission. We done with it. Let me get Jabari in here.
See, I ain't get a chance to respond. I was gonna send him over there. See, Saul wouldn't let me get him though.
We can get up out of here. And I got a couple of more people.
I'm useless if I don't debate. I love you, Sanetta.
No, I didn't say you're useless, brother. I mean,
I know,
hold on. I just asked you a question. If you don't want to debate him, we're gonna keep it moving. Brother Jabari, go ahead.
First of all, I want you to see this is an image that describes the Hyksos.
Now, note you, I asked Jabari to show me to prove what he said these things didn't have. Now he going to the walls. What do that got to do with what I said?
It's not the full image. I can show you the full image. It describes the Hyksos coming into Kemet, right? It describes the Hyksos coming into Kemet. This is part of the actual image. This is a recreation of the image, right? I want to show you both of them. And it describes how they're coming in during the Middle Kingdom under the reign of Senusret II. Okay, one of the things that I think Kemetian Adept said is that he believes they came in during the unification of Kemet, which is literally nearly.
I believe they started coming in during
like 1,200 years.
Oh, hold on, Commission. Don't cut him. Don't cut him off.
Okay, you gonna let me respond to it? No,
yeah.
Which is like I'm responding to you, brother. Come on now. Which is like 1,200 years earlier. So you have to be cautious about smashing things together. We have no record of the Hebrews or the Proto-Hebrews at 3,200 or 3,000 BCE. We don't know anything about them. We don't know if they even existed at that time. So to say that they were present during that time
says the European
is a really difficult argument to make. It's not one that you should make. I also want you to know that as we look at the description, the narrative, let me put these down. As we look at the narrative of the Exodus, there are many enactments. Okay, many of them. I don't want you to hear me say that the Exodus does not exist. I can actually give you a list of biblical historians who say that the Exodus did not actually occur. So this one comes from Moore and Kelly, Biblical History and Israel's Past, the Changing Study of the Bible and History, right? And it says, most histories of ancient Israel no longer consider information about the Egyptian sojourn, the Exodus, and the wilderness wanderings recoverable or even relevant to Israel's emergence. More important is the fact that no clear extra biblical evidence exists for any aspect of the Egyptian sojourn, Exodus, and wilderness wanderings. So I want to say that when
basically what Jabari do, he take a source, right? He don't vet the source, whatever they say, if it's fitting the narrative, what it is he trying to push, he accept that, to attack who it is that he seek to attack, that he feel is pushing a biblical narrative. You know what I mean? He ain't pulling this information up and going himself, to do this research.
Commission.
Go ahead, brother.
Commission. I think you came in not prepared and not ready.
Oh,
because Jabari caught you a few times and you couldn't prove it. And it's all about showing improvement. So I mean, you see the intro I gave you much respect and love.
Yeah.
And so, I wasn't being biased and nothing. I just wanted to move on because I've been up here for like 5 hours, brother.
But
you came in late.
Yeah, we giving you respect too, but I got to show this information because just like he was holding back the sources, when I asked him the question, I did the same thing. But the people responded.
But see, when you do the video, but when you do it after the fact, it don't count. You got to be able to do it then and now and be prepared. So when you go after the debate, that we always say this. When somebody go up and do a video after the debate, that's when you could tell they lost. That's when you could tell, because now you got to go back, you got to go get your proof, and then you want to do a debate by yourself and show it by yourself. It don't count like
I
that.
dropped all that information in the box when I got out. I'm
I
saying I
seen
had
it.
my
I seen it.
information right.
I seen it. You emailed me, I think, or text me.
But I was dropping it in the box as soon as I got off. And the people seen it. They went and Googled it. Some of them said, man, I literally went and Googled what this man just said, and it's true. But my thing is this here. I did what JABARI did because he wouldn't show me his source when I told him to prove me. He said he would have to do a lecture. And so I was really just complimenting him in the way that he complimented me. I could have pulled the sources up. Saw how many times I done pulled sources up and showed people.
Now, if you was to be honest, I would ask you, who do you think won that discussion between Elder Yara and Brother JABARI?
Hey, I mean, Reggie even came in as far as dealing with the Hyksos aspect of it, because they really didn't discuss what they were supposed to be discussing. You know, the discussion was actually dealing with wasn't dealing with something like trying to prove Jesus, you know, related Kemetically. That didn't even come up.
Right. So I agree. I agree with you on that.
Right. So when you get into the discussion about the Hyksos aspect, you know, I would have to agree. I'm gonna tell you why I would have to agree with Yahweh, not because he deal with the den, because I understand the Hyksos is used as a blanket term in certain aspects. That's why he was saying it had a representation of a people here, but it represented the Assyrians too. So it's really
you would be of the 25% who would agree with Yara. JABARI had 75%. Who agree with him.
That shit don't carry no weight, because if y'all came over here, it would be judges.
I'm going
people who are qualified to judge.
We don't need judges. We let the people be the judge.
All right, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
We let the people judge it.
Who is your new champion over there?
Oh, Nepal Shaddai. She's the champ over there.
All right, bring her over here, and I'm put Sister Devani on her, and she gonna beat the brakes off of her, bro.
Okay. Why would we do that when it's only gonna be like maybe 50 people see it? It do matter for us,
no,
brother.
It don't.
It do. Why would we step down where we could be going up higher? When I mean by stepping down, I'm talking about through the viewers. Why would she only want like maybe 50 people to see it?
Because you can still stream it from your stream and then stream it from here at the same time like we do. So it's no different. Like
who you got? Who you got? Who you got?
I'm gonna put your champion against. I got two champions over here, bro. We got a couple champions, but I'm gonna put Kemetian against your champion, and we're gonna come take the belt back from that you stripped from Black Jesus for no reason, bro.
No, you can't tell me I stripped it for no reason, brother. See, that's when you're being disingenuous, and that's when you don't know what happened. Black Jesus ran off the fucking platform, JJ. He ran from young brothers that was asking him. The video gonna go up where you will see it yourself. He's in there. These brothers are like 20, 25, 23. They all in there. He the one that said, open up the platform, Saul, and let these brothers come in. I'm ready for all questions. So the brother comes in and asks him a real good question. Black Jesus started talking about the boy mama, start cursing the boy out. And the brother said, yo, brother, I never disrespected you. This is first time talking. He said, yo, I ain't never disrespect you, brother. Why are you coming at me like that? And I said, Jesus, act like they in your class, because you're a school teacher with a professor. That's what you do. You're a school teacher. So act like these brothers is in your classroom and they got questions for the teacher. And man, he just started going off. And so the brothers got mad and started going back in on him. Black Jesus, yo, SANETER, mute the mic, mute the mic. I'm like, no, I'm not muting shit. You disrespecting these young brothers. Now you don't want them to come back off on you? And so, you ain't gonna mute the mic? No, I'm not muting shit. They're gonna answer you. They're gonna defend themselves. This nigga ran off the fucking platform.
Okay.
So now, you ain't no fucking champion. Okay, no champion does that.
Okay, okay. Is JABARI your champion? Is he a champion
JABARI
too, right?
is the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. You know that.
So he's a champion, right? Floyd's a champion.
Yes. JABARI is the champ. Ain't nobody over there seeing JABARI, and you know that.
Okay, now listen to this.
Nobody in your league, JJ, is seeing Brother JABARI. Nobody.
Bro, let me show you something right here.
I'll eat his food.
Let me share the screen real quick. Let me show
you. New York minute.
You know how many times we hear people saying that? Everybody say that all the time.
All right, watch this. Oh, let me show you something, SANETER, real quick, man. Okay, now Is Jabari telling the truth when he
Because that's
say
what
that
we're gonna get to.
hold up, that the Kemetics did not do human sacrifice?
The Kemetic did do human sacrifice.
You damn right. So why is
So
he
what?
lying? Why is he lying to make it and trying to say that it didn't happen, bro? That's
Facts.
not the action of a champion.
Facts. He was
Well,
disingenuous.
what y'all got to do is beat him. Stop! Don't cry about it. Get his ass in the ring
We
and
telling
beat him.
you, get him in
Simple.
there.
Call
We
him right
telling
now.
you to
Simple.
get him in there. We telling you.
Let me
No,
show
I
you
ain't gonna
something,
call
man.
him right now. It's late. He's
Hold
asleep,
on. Let me
man.
show you something. Let me show you
You ain't
something,
gotta
bro.
call him, but let him know.
Hold on. Let me show you something, man. Let
I
me.
got the video over here,
Yo,
JJ.
Saul, can
I'm
I
gonna
get
give
my
Yeah.
can I get my Phil
Let me show.
Valentine DVD?
I don't know why you keep saying that, brother.
I need my Phil Valentine DVD.
I don't know why you keep saying that. I
Hold
don't know
on.
which one you talk about.
Hold on. Show on the video real quick,
Yeah,
just so.
hold on, real quick.
All right, go ahead. Get
I
it
Give me
to
got
the
me.
to show
latest
you.
one. I'll take the latest one. I'll take the latest
I
one.
got to show Sarnetta what Jabari said right
All
here.
right.
It's in the video. Here
All
it go
right. Go
right
ahead.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the video there. But I want to show him what Jabari said in
Okay.
relation to dealing with his statement that he made. We're gonna pull it up real quick, and I just dropped it over here on Karima. Hold up. Yeah. Okay, this is right here. I think that's it. Okay.
So I know you looked in your inbox. I sent you all the information.
When?
Look in your text
Right.
messages. Look in your inbox, bro. Jabari is saying that there was no he. Well, let me ask you this.
Here you go right here. Here you go
Go
right
ahead. Go
here.
ahead. Go ahead.
These statements that he made, right?
All right, let's go.
And while he was making them, I dropped the link.
You know what gets me too, real quick, before you do that, JJ,
Hold up.
is when Hebrews got a nerve to call somebody biased. To me, I ain't never see a Hebrew say they lost a debate yet. All Hebrews always pick Hebrews to win. Even though y'all know damn well Elder Yara looked bad last night. He looked bad, man. For
Well,
real,
JJ
for real.
supported him though, so
That wasn't even a debate, bro, because it didn't stick on the
Nah,
topic.
it
He brought
was
up
a
with
debate.
Jesus. Right.
It was a debate, brother. It was a debate. And Elder Yara was not. I mean, to me, he is one of the top Hebrews that I like. I like Elder Yara. But Jabari going up against Floyd Mayweather, Jabari really crushed him, like killed them. And Hebrews to me are the most biased goddamn people when it comes to debates. All Hebrews that I know.
check this out right here, son. Look
All
at
right,
this.
let's check it out.
And they would try to explain that this is okay by saying that Una says that he killed someone. That we have
Make it
mummies
full
that
screen.
do die. Notice they didn't name one. Not one. Not one. Not one. Not one. You are not going to find this.
You heard it. You ain't gonna find it, right?
And the same thing that our brother.
Oh, stop. Commissioner, stop. Now what was he trying to say? Because I kind of missed it.
He said you ain't gonna find nowhere where these people were murdered and dealing with buried with the servants.
Oh, hold up. Oh, let me the Sonata. Now look at that. Now hold on. Let me share my screen just real quick, Commissioner. I just gotta share this real quick for Sonata.
Yeah, I got the other video. I was getting ready to show
I got a PDF. Hold up. See, we got scholars over here, Sonata. I don't know what you thought was going on, but you better recognize. Now hold up. All right, Kareem, share my screen real quick. Now see, when Jabari can y'all see my screen?
Yeah. I just stopped. You got to blow it up though.
Okay, that's about as blow as it's gonna get.
That's it.
All right. Wait a minute. Can I?
Yeah, you see the plus sign up at the top where it says 100.
Yeah, he's still learning, y'all. Yep. Okay. All right. Now y'all see this out here, America? That says the strange world of human sacrifice. This is a PDF now, Sarnetta. This. Now it says studies and histories and anthropology of religion. Now you got the retainer sacrifice in Egypt and in Nubia. It says human sacrifices have been a long and perhaps still is a somewhat controversial subject among Egyptologists. The ancient Kemetians, that's what I'm going to say, have often been considered too civilized for such barbaric customs. As Canadian anthropologist and archaeologist Bruce Trigger put it, the cruel forms of human sacrifice practiced by the Aztecs have caused many Egyptologists to wonder if such people can really be considered to be civilized. Inadvertently, a famous episode of from the New Kingdom literary text, the Westcar Papyrus, is cited in this context. It is a collection of fairy tales set in a distant. Now, this ain't the one I want to show. Hold up, this ain't the one. Let me get to the one I want to show. Hold up, man. I gotta brighten it down. Hold up. Let me get to the one I
Hey,
want to show.
Kemetian, if you want next, I could get Jabari next for you, brother.
No.
You don't want to get embarrassed, though, bro.
No, SANETER. You guys are scared to travel. We won't him over here because Jabari don't have no problem coming over here, and we want judges.
Whatever the case may be, set it up, man.
Because all he's gonna do, listen, all he's gonna do is have his audience who don't pay attention.
Jabari is not gonna do it. He's gonna do it on the big leagues, brother. Why would he step down to the minor leagues?
Because he already been over here before. Why wouldn't he come over here? He been over here a couple of times.
Everybody come over here, son. Your place is not the only platform. And matter of fact, because
who did Jabari came over to debate? Who did he debate over there?
Me, Kemetian, Tahuti.
So he came over there, and y'all had a debate lined up, set up.
Yeah. Yes,
and a couple of discussions he didn't add in the back chat with us.
Was it just talking or was it a debate? That's what I'm asking you. Because he said he never debated on your channel. He told me. He said, yeah, he talked, but he ain't
No. Let me tell you what. Jabari had a debate with me. I can get the footage right now. And you know what he did? He cried through the whole goddamn debate. and this is what he did.
Yeah, we talked.
Even over here, bro, he cried through the whole debate. The topic was, did the ancient Kemetics believe that Osiris was a deity or just a principle? And when me and him got into this debate, he wanted to talk about Moses, the laws of Israel, everything else except the topic. Right? Jabari's been over. So look, bro. But you come over here. This is what you do, SANETER. Just because you have 800, 900 people in your chat, it's the quality of the information that people really need, not a bunch of cheerleaders in there who ain't even paying attention.
Well, that's the same thing that it'll be over here. It'll be nothing but Hebrew cheerleaders, brother.
You want me to tell you why? Because you and I.
That's not true. That's not true. It's not just. No, it's not. It's not just Hebrews here.
Watch this, because you know the line.
And it don't be just Hebrew judges.
Hold on.
It's all kinds of walks of life.
Well, we don't do all that. We let the people judge.
People don't know.
Yeah, we do too. We do too. Sometimes too. We go to the poll. You be watching. You already know.
The polls, you'll see Hebrews voting against Elder Yara. And the mighty Hebrew is scared to death. Everybody asking, Shar, why you don't get the mighty Hebrew? The mighty Hebrew ain't coming up in there. The mighty Hebrew.
Tell you what.
He's scared to debate.
You want to tell you why I know y'all scared? Because you're scared to get in front. You pick two judges. I pick two judges.
It's not about that. People don't want to get. They don't want to just debate in front of no damn 10 people, man. That's what I'm telling you,
bro. Do you understand? Listen, SANETER.
I keep putting the link in the chat. The link is in the chat.
Do you understand how it work over here? Do you understand? I'm gonna teach you. We got a group that got 30,000 people. They gonna see it. We got another group that got 25. You don't have that. You just have YouTube. Once they see it, that's it. We have groups over here that the shit get recycled. They're gonna see it. Regardless of who see it now, they're going to see it. But why you peeking around? Because you don't want it to go up. I understand the fear. I understand that. But so you want to keep the narrative.
That shit ain't gonna work.
Because
baby psychology ain't gonna work on
you work. Listen, how the hell is Nepal the champion? I can get Mudawa to go over there and whoop her ass right now.
You can get who?
Right here, Mudawa Magabe, one of our old.
I heard she got smoked recently. I heard my Nepal got smoked recently.
Why would I bring my wife, my queen, over to a hostile, anti Nepal channel. Come on, brother. Be for real.
Okay, is your channel?
The
Is your
judges
channel?
don't make the judges over here don't have no position, yo. Like it'd be random. It'd be random with judges over here.
Right. They see you making up.
He know that, but
He know it.
hey, if he want to be scared for them, then okay, just let him be scared for them. Okay, he making all kinds of excuses.
I'm gonna put a atheist against Nepal right now. Would you set that up?
No, I don't want Nepal.
No,
We playing chess over here.
Nobody want to debate her. Yeah.
I want
You
can run his mouth. Let me finish saying what
y'all
I'm saying.
got the debate Saturday.
Made a
Go
statement.
ahead.
Yara made a statement, JJ,
all right, go ahead.
in the back chat. Yo, homeboy, fake ass elder Yara said that the ancient Hebrew Israelites never venerated the sun. He said that on record. You heard it, good brother. I heard it, good brother. Kemetian heard it, good brother. And I'm trying to make him stand on his word.
What is that debate is Saturday?
Hold on. The man exact words was the ancient Israelites never venerated the sun. If you don't if you think I'm lying, let's debate it. And I told him, sir, I'll take that debate.
Yeah, you already got that lined up.
Take that debate.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good debate. That's a good one.
That's a good one. Hey, brother SANETER, brother SANETER, to show you that boy ain't who y'all think that boy is, Yara, he's gonna get embarrassed on any platform. I would love for it to be on your platform. I would love for it to be on
put the link in the chat.
That he get embarrassed.
I didn't put it in there so many times and put his comment up there.
All right, Mudawa, hold on for a second, man. So Mudawa, that debate is Saturday. So don't trip. You and Yara gonna get it in.
Next Saturday, not this Saturday.
Okay, my fault.
Right, the following Saturday. Yep.
Okay, my fault. See, SANETER, see.
Hey, hold up, Mugabe. Hey, Mugabe.
What's up, fam?
Hit my email up and I'll set something up for you.
All right.
It's already set up. See, I throw SANETER off right now. Throw him off. What you doing is bullshit. SANETER, you gotta go. Nah, what he do? You see what I'm saying? Don't get the fuck up out of here, bro. You're not gonna come over here and we got our shit set up and you steady trying to come out. We too little, but you bring your ass over here trying to steal the base for your funky ass show because you don't. Get your dusty ass out of here.
What SANETER don't understand is
and
how all this stuff is supposed to function together.
Mudawa, you can go over there. We don't have no problem with that. But SANETER come over here try to be little, but get people from over here. Now let me come over here and try to get some people. The nigga don't even. I been had Jabari number, but I asked him because I got a new phone. I said, give me Jabari number. He won't give it to me. So get your ass out of here, Frankie.
Shalom, Jeremiah Judah.
What the fuck going on, man? All right, go ahead. Yeah, you see how I feel to get thrown off. I ain't never threw you off, but it felt great today. Go ahead, Mighty Hebrew.
Yeah, giving all praise and honor to Yah. No, I was just overhearing. I'm sitting up here listening, overhearing about afraid to debate. Every person SANETER put me in front of, I smashed them. This is historically documented. You remember Jeremiah Judah in the back chat? We had an open discussion in the back chat video when I debated JABARI. Remember that?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
And I destroyed him, man. Yeah, I mean, and I wish y'all would have recorded that. You know what I'm saying?
I believe it is recorded.
Oh, you got that recorded?
I think so.
If you got that, put that up so the House of Consciousness can hear how I bodied JABARI. Then I bodied him again so bad on the global media that Canada banned that joint. So I mean, like, these arguments about, somebody's scared. No, what I'm doing is I'm putting in a lot of footwork, and I'm only going to be on platforms that represent Israel from now on. I'm not going on platforms that's discredited and belittling Israel. Now, if they want to have an intellectual spar, then they got to be on a neutral platform. And then my whole thing is what we debating about. And then if you lose the debate, are you going to change? Just like when y'all thought Tahuti was something, you know what I mean? And then when I went on his own podcast and bodied him, and then I just did the joint on Killer Priest, the PowerPoint, tell them about that PowerPoint, JJ. Can they stand on that? Can they stand on that? You there, JJ?
See, I don't understand why SANETER has so much contention for all of the other platforms, you know what I'm saying, Lions Den particularly. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, if it's about the information and stuff, you know what I'm saying, it only benefits SANETER's platform to be in unison with other platforms. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't see none of the, like in sports, you don't see, you know what I'm saying, he called himself the big leagues. You don't see the big leagues arguing with the minor leagues. They over there scouting in the whole nine, but they work in unison.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, the
You know what I
problem
wanted to bring up live?
There's a problem with Negroes. We over here trying to compete against each other instead of actually trying to build freaking alliances and organizations.
They must be bigger than you because you can come over here, but they can't like come up, make it make sense.
Right.
And not only
that's what I'm saying, Sister Karima.
Mighty Hebrew, did you get that? Did you get that document?
Oh yeah, yup. I seen it. I want, you know what I mean. You put a little bit in, but if you want, you can use my research. I don't care if you use my sources. You can use it too. But what I wanted to emphasize live in front of everybody is, you know, House of Consciousness keep arguing about, oh, y'all do Passover, Pesach, Hakak, Matzah, and all they did was murder African children. That is the weakest argument ever. See, a real scholar can easily chop that up. First and foremost, let's make this clear. When you come to Africa, right, you got many African tribes, clans, sub-clans, etc., that have their own rituals, their own beliefs, their own traditions. And you got African tribes over here that celebrate victories of conquering other African tribes. See how they try to minimize, you know, other African nations as if they don't have similar celebrations. And furthermore, the Pesach Hakak Matzah wasn't about the celebration and victory over killing Africans. It was about the independence of Israel. They only you use the narrative in the book of Shemot, falsely called Exodus, to justify the so-called murder of Africans, but you won't use the same book in the first chapter, starting at the 11th verse, when the Nasut at that time was committing mass genocide on the male Hebrew babies. Then they say, well, show us any outside information about the Hebrews existing prior to the Greeks. Why they don't go to the Sinaitic inscriptions that was found in 1905, but it wasn't translated until 2016 by Pekovich? Why they don't use that?
Well, if the story is true, who's the Nasut during the Exodus? Go.
Not the fourth. Yeah, you talking to the right one. Well, yeah. So when you talk about 1446, hold on. I'm gonna tell you. I'm not the one. I'm not the one to do this. Listen. First of all, the Egyptian chronology is all 484 years. It was at 1446 BCE at the end of the 12th dynasty. The problem with the Egyptian chronology, with neo-Egyptologists is saying, when y'all talk about so-called Kemetic history, like for instance, if we talk about Akhenaten, and I'm gonna use that as an example, y'all talk about him as if he existed around 1291 BCE.
I didn't ask you that, bro. I didn't ask you that.
You're moving the goalposts.
You're moving the goalposts. You're moving the goalposts.
Listen, I'm not the one for that. I already gave you the answer, but I'm continuing on with my discussion.
Brother,
hold on.
You made a statement.
I'm not the fourth.
You made a statement.
Look at the information.
You made a statement.
Continue where I left off.
No.
I'm not here to debate you, bro.
It ain't a debate.
One of my students.
It ain't a debate.
Because one thing
I'm not your student. I'm not your student.
Say that
I never have been, never will be.
Information from
I'm not your student. Never have been, never will be.
debate my student. I said for you to go debate my students. I'm not here to argue with you, bro. Let me tell you something. Listen,
bro, calm down.
These cats
Easy
always
up.
talking about
Easy off the gas.
Israel
Easy off
stole
the
shit from
gas.
them.
Easy off the gas, little fella. Easy off the gas, little fella. Easy off the gas, little
Wait,
fella.
Let's put
hold on. What is
Easy
you
off the
doing?
gas, little fella.
Let's put this
Easy off the
hate on
gas,
trial.
little fella.
What is your question,
Mute this
Easy off
dude.
Mugabe?
the gas,
Wait,
little fella.
Mute this dude.
Everybody,
Easy
please.
off the
Sorry,
gas,
please.
little
I don't,
fella.
Man, mute this dude.
yeah, Karima, please. I'm about to get a mute button. I see. Mute
I
these
got you.
niggas,
I
please.
got you. Hold on.
Don't let it go too far, because Moodle, I want peace. I don't want none of this. Cause we were doing good, Moodle. I don't come on here with that bullshit, bro. Learn how to build. Come on, bro. That's why we threw some that ass off. You talking about Nepal, your goddamn champion, bro? Nepal ain't no goddamn champion. I ain't scared to speak on it. I ain't biting my tongue like you got these other niggas. You know goddamn well that Jesus Christ ain't no goddamn serpent in the garden, and you know goddamn well ain't no snake, ain't no Jesus Christ ISIS. This the bullshit she teach.
Listen, they dealing all that stuff they dealing with is pseudo. Yo, Jeremiah Judah, let me put these cats on trial. Y'all always asking us for original manuscript, right? Y'all running around here talking about, oh, show us an original manuscript.
Down, y'all. I gotta walk the dog.
Listen,
all right.
Watch this. You always asking for original manuscripts. Y'all ain't got no original manuscripts and no 42 negative confessions of Maya. Y'all don't have no original manuscripts and no Persian Hebrew. Y'all ain't got no original manuscripts and nothing. All these are copies of copies going back to 2400 BCE. This is a historical fact, but I can show you in Sinai inscription 115 right now that we can show in the first person singular that we called ourselves Hebrews in 1800 BCE. I can show you in 1446 BCE in Sinai 361 where Moses is mentioned by name. Why y'all don't show the Sinaitic inscriptions of the Hebrew slaves that were in mines in Kemet, talking about the Exodus and the oppression that they were going through? Why you don't bring none of that stuff up? Y'all always trying to challenge Hebrews, but let's challenge the Afrocentric footwork. Y'all ain't putting in no footwork in our communities. Y'all always talk shit about Africa, but they romanticize Africa, Kareem. I live in Africa. The shit that they saying about Africa and all the glory and how they love us and all that, I live over here. I've been throughout all different countries in Africa, lied and said there wasn't no Hebrew, indigenous Hebrews over here. Y'all lied about that. Why y'all don't talk about the Wahhabranian? Why y'all don't talk about the Beni Musa? Why y'all don't talk about the Igbo? Y'all don't talk about none of these Hebrew tribes over here. Y'all want to sit up here and argue with us, but y'all ain't got no pot to piss in, no window to throw it out. You asked me, who was the pharaoh of such and such and such? I told you it's Amenemhat IV. And number two, the Egyptians didn't even tell their timelines linearly, but y'all use Western academia to tell y'all historical narrative. Who y'all think y'all talking to? When y'all talk to people over here in Africa, they don't even tell history the way that y'all telling it. Y'all ain't doing nothing but parrot chirping off the same damn crackers that enslaved us. Fuck out of here. So long, babe. You hear me bodying this dude sitting up here trying to disrespect Israel? I'm sick of y'all cats. Y'all ain't making no moves in Israel or in the so-called Black African American community, and y'all talk shit. Where y'all communities at? Show me a community that y'all got that's speaking y'all own language. You know why y'all don't speak Medunega as a language? Because that ain't really Medunega what y'all speaking. That's some made up shit. That's an off branch of New Wabi. Most of them Amin Ra squad cats, I know about all them guys, Sinjegi. I know about freaking Asar Imhotep, Uncle Cat, all them. They all original New Wabian members. Who y'all think y'all talking to? Every time I get on the phone, this guy got something to say out his fucking mouth. You know what I mean? I don't play games with these cats, Karima. I don't play no games. I don't play no games with these people. Always disrespect. SANETER talking about somebody scared to debate. I'm like Dr. John Henry Clark. I only debate my equals and people above me. If they ain't putting in no real ground footwork, I don't debate them suckers. Them dudes are sitting up here disrespecting our nation, man. All they do is disrespect our nation, and then they put puppet thin Israelites that can't handle the weight of scholarship. You better ask Tahuti about me. You see what I did to Seti? You see what I did to young Pharaoh on Talk with the Titans? Everybody that they try to put up against me, I'll body them cats. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. I ain't got no time for that. We putting in real footwork over here in Africa. I bet you they won't interview me about that footwork that's being done in Africa, because what they do is they destroy their whole premise about Israelites not doing nothing. So they right or wrong, babe. So they put this false narrative out there as if Israelites ain't doing shit. You know what I mean? Get the fuck out of here. You know how much we going through over here in Africa? Y'all don't even have a goddamn clue. And then they think that Africans love everybody over here. If you only knew half the fucking truth, these guys wouldn't even be able to survive over this joint. I know this for a fact. I live here. I live over here, man. And I'm telling you, the shit that the Black conscious community is posted on social media is a false narrative about Africa. You know what they doing over here? These motherfuckers trying to survive every day. They not over here talking about no Kemet. They not over here talking about the past. And another thing, why is it that you constantly bigging up Africa and the glories of the African kingdoms, but these people over here ain't bigging no African Americans up? You know what they call us over this motherfucker? Mzungu. That's what they call us over here. All right? You don't know what the hell going on in Africa, but you try to big Africa up like they some type of apex of glory when they are falling. They have fell over here big time. You better come over here to Africa.
Why you there, bro? Why you there? Why you there? Why you there?
Let me tell you why I'm here. I'm gonna tell you why I'm here. The reason why. Listen, I'm over here to fulfill the prophecy of Bereshit chapter 15, verse 13 to 18, by the rivers of the great river Egypt, all the way to the Euphrates, that the children of Israel returned from 1619 to 2019 was the end of our 400-year captivity. I'm over here for a specific reason, to rise and resurrect the children of Israel. Now, you want to debate, right? Let's put up a debate. Since you talk about debate, I challenge you right now to show me the footwork that the Black conscious community has done versus what we have done amongst the African Hebrew Israelites of Jerusalem. And I'm gonna use the Mona Israel. Wait.
Hold on. Slow down, killer.
That's my debate.
Slow down, killer. I don't understand your premise.
Lan'diin. The reason why I'm coming at you like this is because you came off at me.
Hold on, killer. I
ain't no killer.
Hold on, killer. All right, well, hold on, little dude.
I ain't no little dude.
Let's get.
You ain't no little dude. Come on now.
All right.
No, you see the disrespect. This is why
I'm asking a question, little dude. I'm asking a question,
I ain't no little dude. I'm a grown man making grown man executive decisions while you over there in America living off the crumbs of master table instead of you returning to Africa and putting in some real fucking work. Yeah, that's challenged my work versus yours. Let's do that right now. Show me your methodology that you created. Show us right now. Karima, type my shit up right now.
Slow down, grown man. Slow down, grown man.
You being extra.
Slow down, grown man.
You shouldn't have never came on this platform.
Slow down, grown man.
Grown man.
Slow down, grown man.
He jumped off this line. You better ask
Talking
about me. You better ask him about.
What does LOUD spell? What does LOUD spell, young man?
What is your question? You ain't got to disrespect.
What does LOUD spell, young man? What does LOUD spell, young man?
Motherfucker, why we calling is a bunch of boule sellouts. Y'all up here riding the coattail.
What does LOUD spell, young man?
Give a fuck about you. I don't see the Bija tribes over here in the Sudan giving you any accolade or props. Show us right now where the Bija tribes in the Sudan
how many times you gonna move the goalposts? How many times you gonna move the goalposts? Young man, how many times you gonna move the goalposts?
I'm not gonna let you talk. You don't know who
young
the fuck
man,
I am.
How many times you gonna move the goalposts? How many times you gonna move the goalposts?
Israelite platforms,
that means you're talking loud and ain't saying nothing. You're talking loud and saying you ain't got no hand, nigga. You ain't got no hand, nigga. You ain't.
Shit. I ain't gonna let you say shit. I ain't gonna let you say nothing. Karima.
I don't think you need to talk that.
Yeah.
Moodle, come on, man. Don't do that. This nigga
care.
house is beautiful. This nigga got a whole fucking got giraffes and shit.
Listen, they not doing nothing in the Black.
Listen,
Cut that
ever
shit out,
since I
nigga.
know, let me
You
tell you
got
about this
Jaguars
brother.
and fucking goddamn Pumas and shit.
Let me
jumping
tell
over
you
the
about
fence
this
to get some
brother.
food.
Since
Nigga, cut it out, man.
I've known of this brother, all he is a contentious dude. He sit on back chat. You're supposed to be a grown fucking man. I want to see what you got. Show me what you got. We got our own businesses over here, our own land, our own farm. We got our own shit. Show us what you got. We growing our own food. We helping other repatriators repatriate back to Africa. Show us what you're doing. That's my debate. Karima, Jeremiah Judah, set it up with any of them. I will openly debate accomplishments, the Black conscious community accomplishments versus Hebrew Israelite accomplishments. Let's debate that.
And that's the real deal because you know what I'm saying? Cats will argue. They'll argue about, you know what I'm saying, being Pan-Africans and they'll be about being pro-African and pro-Black people, but they ain't doing no work. You know what I'm saying? They ain't going back to the continent. They ain't talking about the genocides. They ain't actually going back and doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? I love Mugabe, but he's more of a pimp than he is a fucking goddamn proselytizer. He on the Black manosphere. He's more of a Kevin Samuels than a Marcus Garvey. Let's keep it 100.
Yeah.
Let's keep it 100.
All I want to do is that's all I want to debate for now on. Accomplishments versus non-accomplishments. Y'all telling us to throw away the Bible, do all this, that, the third.
Right.
But when I look at y'all in the Black communities in America, all y'all doing is just integrating into the same Eurocentric system.
Yo, bro, they talk down about me. They talk down about me all day because I got into the father's rights thing and I got a father's rights page and I'm helping dads and stuff, you know what I'm saying, all day fight for their children. And that came from, you know what I'm saying, from my own fight. And then that scripture in Malachi that talked about the fathers being turned back to their sons, lest there be a curse upon the land. I followed my path and that brought me back to the Most High. You know what I'm saying? When I was over there, I was the one who created Guerrilla Gang. Let's keep it real. Y'all don't remember? Y'all was calling Mugabe the monkey and a gorilla and this, that, and the other. And I came in there and I started Guerrilla Gang. Denise, fucking all of them motherfuckers, all of them niggers were fucking goddamn all a part of Guerrilla Gang before they started creating their own sets. Right?
Yes, sir.
I started Guerrilla Gang.
Yes,
I started Guerrilla Gang.
yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying?
I remember all
So
that.
even when I fell out, I came back to the den. You know what I'm saying? And now I'm getting more flack. I'm getting attacked on multiple levels by cats who are seeking audience. They begging for the audience. We ain't gonna talk about it.
And speaking of you being Rasta, this is exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use the Hebrew Israelite community in Dimona. I'm gonna use the Shashamani community in Ethiopia and Tanzania. I'm gonna use our community over here that I built and other Hebrew Israelite communities all throughout Africa that repatriated back from America to Africa, and we building these communities. They not doing that shit. Now they might come as individuals, but they not coming as a communal setting. We all over Africa build. Me, Prince Yosef, all of my Isha, we building over this joint. These guys ain't doing shit.
Right, and that was the original. That's what Haile Selassie had wanted us to do. He wanted us to go back over. He was one of the first to actually bring African Americans back from the diaspora over there. You know what I'm saying? And that was at around the same time that what's his name? The Mona community was going back over to Israel and the whole nine. So you got cats that are actually trying to do the work. And then you get these coons over here arguing against us, but acting like they're the most important people in the conscious community. Right. It's absurd.
It don't work like that, SANETER, man. I don't know why you think all the people. It's like you think everybody's supposed to go over there. That ain't how it works, bro. A lot of people help build your platform.
He must be talking to SANETER.
Yeah, I'm talking
but
to
like I said,
you go ahead.
what's What's going on, JJ?
I ain't connecting your channel. You can keep coming over here, and then when we trying to build, you want to send me your email. I don't do that shit. All the people that come over there.
Somebody said we're the mighty Hebrew 12 tribe chart. I don't believe in no fucking 12 tribe chart. I don't believe in
all of us
bullshit.
don't support that. We don't support that nonsense.
I'm Torah only. I'm not a part of no One West camps. See, let me say something to y'all about this delusion here. Because you got platforms like the House of Consciousness and other platforms, what they do is they use the One West camps as a premise to make it seem as though they speak for all Israel. This is just not true. You have many Hebrew communities going back to 1798, back to the Carolinas. So for people to sit back and use the One West camps as a premise, that's all deceptive, man. They're being deceptive because they want to make it seem as though Hebrews ain't got no scholarship. But they won't put nobody up like Dr. Kazmiel Ben Yahuda, Dean of the School of the Prophets Institute in Dimona, Israel. They won't deal with Dr. Sar Mariel. They won't deal with the students of the late Dr. Shalit Ben Yahuda, because they know these are, I'm not saying the other Hebrews aren't scholars in their own right, but I'm talking about that can really challenge they academia bullshit, because what they're doing is they're using Europeans to justify people's existence as if oral tradition didn't exist first.
The Hamitic hypothesis.
About the Nubians. You wouldn't know nothing about the Nubians if you didn't learn from the scripture in Kemet, because the Nubians didn't write nothing down. Just like the Dogon, they didn't write anything down, but they just recently wrote their information down. Europeans 87 years ago, Sirius 1, 2, and 3, or A, B, and C, and they didn't find C until 1993. But the Dogon was following this shit for thousands of years. Then they tried to say, well, show us some written documents of the Hebrew, because it say books. Well, let me give you a rude awakening, Tahuti, because you always try to use that. The word book in Hebrew is sifar, and it means uttering speech. When you see in the Hebrew, you got a semeh, you got a pay, and you got a resh. That pay in the middle is symbolic to a mouth of a man. It was defining utterances of speech. It didn't even have nothing to do with the written form. The written form came later, and they codified it. Jeremiah, Judah, why these niggas think I'm scared to debate them? Why do you think I'm scared to debate them? No, I'm doing work, and like I said, I debate my equals and those that are above me. But for Rack, I debate that bull that came on talking all that shit. I debate him. I want to debate Hebrew Israelite accomplishments versus the black conscious / Afrocentric community accomplishments. Who want to debate me on that? Go get any of your
narcissism going on.
Bro. I mean, that's my brother, man. But he I don't know, man. He's trying to get some. He trying to find a home. I try to hook him up with
Tell him when he ready to debate that.
He ain't ready. He got to debate.
I debate Ankh and them doing the same thing since I met them. I met Ankh back in the day when he was on the Brother Ankh and Nikki Love show. They still doing the same shit. Them people ain't trying to come to Africa. You know what's crazy, Jeremiah Judah, is when we made that repatriation and came to Africa and built. Only ones that talked about it was the Israelites. Notice none of the black conscious community talked about that. The only one that talked about it and got me about to do a show on Baba TV is Sankofa. He inboxed me like, look, man, I ain't even gonna lie to you. You making major power moves and cats is concealing it. But when Jabari go do his little tours, you want to break, which much props for, doing tours. But they not repatriating and trying to build autonomous governments. They not trying to do that. If Egypt is your land, why won't you take it from the fucking Arabs? If Egypt is your land, why won't you take it from the Arabs?
They'll chop that boy head off.
Yeah, right. Why y'all breaking confession, negative confession 39? Y'all got to challenge them on their beliefs. Why do y'all keep breaking confession number 39 where it say don't desecrate the bodies? Y'all going into museums and all that, taking pictures of mummies and all that. Isn't that a dishonor to your ancestors? Huh? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about how the Nasut was killing off they servants and burying their fucking asses to go to the underworld with them, which originally the underworld was the Western Hemisphere, and later on in the Middle Kingdom of dynastic Egypt, they spookified it. Now is when you go to Anubis. Why you don't tell the people that the negative confessions of Maya is something you do after death? It's a confession after you die. So how did the commandments come from the 42 negative confessions of Maya? These guys is dumb. How do you take similarities of people's culture and then try to...
Hold on, Marty. After they die, so how they follow Maya?
After they die.
How they
That's
follow
right.
Maya when the 42 confessions?
Right. It's a confession after you die. You up there in the judgment seat in front of Animus talking about, I have not murdered, I have not stolen, I have not. They taking relative principles that apply universally and trying to make it seem like somebody stole something.
It's called reciprocal altruism in psychology. It's called reciprocal altruism. It's called reciprocal altruism in psychology, and even microbial single-celled organisms do it. So that ain't nothing. Single-celled organisms follow the law of reciprocity.
Exactly. I'm putting this out there because I don't like when people try to underhandedly say I'm scared to debate. No, I'm doing work. Only time I come in the circle is for my Israelite brothers and sisters. That's why I'm on the lines then, because this is ran by Israelites and I never was disrespected, nor my wife was disrespected. And like I said, if somebody disrespect my family, I'm not coming on your channel, period. Now, we cordial, but I'm not going to come on your... What I look like? You know how that make my wife feel after disrespect and they come on your show? I would never disrespect my wife like that. Never. I would never disrespect myself like that. So now if you want to be on the neutral platform and I'll body your so-called Floyd, well, you know what I would do to Jabari? You know what I would do to him? And then he comes with the sarcasm as if, you know, he's soothing your spirit, but at the same time, he disrespecting you and being sarcastic. I'll be seeing all that shit. And then being very condescending, and then Reggie talking about, oh, y'all converts. But how we converts when we can show and prove that they're an indigenous tribe? You say we converts. So why in African Origins of the Major Western Religions on page 75, 76, why do we have Dr. Ben saying that the Hebrews were indigenous Africans that ran from the Romans in 115 ACE in Serentia and went to West Africa and created West African Hebrew communities, and then in turn got caught up in the transatlantic slave trade? That's the granddaddy.
Yo, you know what the dagger is on that? You know what I'm saying? Here, you know, they got this documentary out right now called Reclaiming the Throne. And the dude goes back through the historical. Did y'all see that yet?
Yo, that Reclaiming the Throne, that shit is crazy.
That's so powerful because the dudes actually go back into rabbinical history. They go back to the oral traditions. They go back to every citation from like the 13th century all the way up till present day, from the rabbis, everything, and they show that that the Israelites were African of origin. Even in Portugal, with there was something called it was like the something Judaico, where they were killing off the black Africans when they were doing the expulsion of the Moors at that time. And so, you know what I'm saying, brother Kemetian, he was building on that too. You know what I'm saying, with the Moors, with the Moors and the expulsion of the Moors that was going on at a certain time period in history. And they were showing that certain Moors, they weren't all Islamic, they were Jewish.
Right. And not only that, and speaking of the Moors, and Kemetian Adept can even back that up. It's funny we talking about the Moors. Didn't Dr. Ben tell you that the keys of Kemet reside with the Moors? Ain't that what he said? So it seems like all they master teachings.
Mighty Hebrew. I just told him that right before you come on.
Can't.
In my book, that's what I put in there. The one I'm right now. Him, Dr. Ben, Dr. John Henry Clark, all of them spoke highly.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just telling my Isha about your scholarship, and I didn't even tell her the book that you putting together. You put some of my work in your book. Yo, I respect you on that, man. Much respect. If you want me to proofread, I'll do that for you too if you want me to.
Yeah,
and that's what it's all about. You know what I'm saying? Like we be uniting. We be uniting. You know what I'm saying? Nations.
I didn't
We
hear.
over
I
here
didn't hear.
trying to unite nations.
Zaya, I didn't hear Kemetian Adept was saying something.
Pardon self. Salaki.
No, I was just responding, brother. I was saying that yeah, once I go to putting everything all together as I'm chopping it up, I definitely shoot it to you. You seen the hyperboard map in there, didn't you?
Did I seen your book is looking tight. It's looking real tight.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
gonna be unity
I
in
see
there.
Aunt West. I seen Aunt West ran from that evolutionary debate because
I was finna
all you have
tap
to do is throw that devolution on him. He's finished.
Bruh, listen. I'm gonna show y'all something real quick. What I had for this man. I'm gonna show you.
Demonstrate.
I'm gonna let you see something real quick. Y'all gotta see this. This is crazy. What come out of here? And when you go to looking at this stuff, y'all gonna trip. Some of this stuff y'all might have never heard of. Some of you may have. But I was showing Sister what her name, Karima earlier. I ain't gonna go over everything because I was hitting him with the God code. But I found some other stuff up today, looking at the names, right? And I was showing her right here. Because you know how people try to make it look like, oh, it's a lot of difference in God and so forth and so on. And so I was showing here, the Yah, which they put Jah here in translation and going into Aya, right? You see it in ancient Kemet, all up in there, right? I was showing the proto-Sinaitic, proto-Canaanite. I also showing how this related to the word being in the semblance of man, as far as dealing with his expression, the word being the name of the creator, whether you look at it as the most high or you look at the, YHWH measure, it's a connection there. And I went to the DNA aspect of it, but I just showed the unity between the Hebrew and the Arabic as well. I was showing here the name as it evolved. Then you got the modern box expression they have, which is not superior per se to the paleo measure, but I was showing how the connection of this along with this same measure here where they have praised yea the Lord, so to speak, and showing them the connection to the Arabic right here. When you look at the H, LL and the A, it's the same thing but different glyph expression. Then I went into a breakdown in the gematria, how this deal with the sign and the heart. So you can actually form man from this name as well as the Hebrew name. But yet there's a connection when you go into Yahuwah here. And you see Hua here in the Arabic. I know you know all this stuff, Brother Mighty Hebrew, from the linguistics. And so it's just a lot of unity. Like I always show this picture here, the creator name. Then when you turn this demonstration upside down, you can see the harmony there, in both names. It don't get no, and you can do the same thing with the Om symbol. But more overall, I was debating the other day. I put it out there and showed them how this connects, with this mean God eternal within the body, basically. When you go into the DNA connection of it.
What you know about that God code? I see you.
You see
you know about I ain't even gonna say that because I ain't gonna put out no source and they gotta go get the book.
Yeah. So you already see it up here then, you know what I mean? So I went into that area, but check this out. Because I already ran down this to him. This is the stuff I was going over today. And I did put some of our timelines in here. Because this is some of that out of the PDF that we had. I went into the, how people talk about Lemuria. I went into the Lemurat. That's actually mentioned, in the text. You know, when
Absolutely.
you let them be lights, Lee Morat. See, a lot of people don't even know that's there. You see,
right? And even the Hebrew word, a lot of people don't know the Hebrew word for teacher, moray, and more interconnected.
That's correct. That's correct. I even got it in the dictionary, and I got our time depths in here, right? And it's
I
crazy.
pieced that. That's nice.
Yeah, because I'm gonna show you something I did too, and this happened by chance. I went on ahead and put a calendar measure together. I know you familiar with these, brother Mighty Hebrew. You know, a day with the Creator, whether you go into the Bible or the Quran, is said to be 1,000 earth years, right?
Right.
So let's just say if we were dealing with one time, you got one day 365. That's 365,000 years in the eyes of the Creator. So you see how this go back to the calendar, you know, of the beyond the Indologists to that of the ancient Yugas. And so I went into breaking all this down on the weeks, you know, and then I went into the measure dealing with the 50,000 day cycle that they mentioned also. And I got all this time out of there. Man, it's crazy how that time was
That's your murder. I know. Listen, I was smiling when I was looking through your book. I was like, oh, I already see what he about to do to him. You put all the illustrations in first, and you said a few statements, but you setting up your book, and then from there, I see you about to.
I build around. I build around.
I see what you're doing, man. I see exactly what you're doing.
Now,
Yo, Jeremiah Judah.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, I just want to ask Jeremiah Judah one thing.
What's going on, family?
If you can, you ask that other side, say Mighty Hebrew will do a debate as long as the topic of the debate is called Accomplishments Reign Supreme. Hebrew Israelite accomplishments versus Black conscious community accomplishments. And whoever accomplishments stand more practical, that's where the people should fall into. And the Hebrew Israelite accomplishment.
You breaking up, family. But they're not gonna do that, man.
They don't want that smoke. They don't want that smoke.
They don't want that because Mudawa, can you give us any examples of the conscious community accomplishments? And we don't want to hear about King Shamarabah. But hold up. Kemetian back on. Go ahead, Kemetian. What you got going on here?
Yeah, this is what I was trying to get to right here, man. This is crazy, yo.
Look.
You know, so this is the oldest documents that these things rung out of. That's your person with the tail on them right there. When they say they come from somebody with a tail. These were the early stages of that type of information, bro. And so look at this. Look at this.
Those are like Europeans.
I'm trying to tell you. Look at
how we come from there.
Look at that.
They hybrid.
They were
hybrid.
They were teaching this stuff. Watch this. Oh, if you want to know what a werewolf come from, right? Watch this. Man, they literally teach this, bro. They disrespected the Messiah.
You know that goes back to the story of Romulus and Remus, right? In Greek mythology.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Right.
Look at
That's
this. Look at this. Look at all of this. Now, this is what they was teaching over there in the Catholic Church. This concept of werewolf and all that there, bro. Look, they got him toting the Messiah, bro. And this was a common thing.
Oh, wow.
Look at this stuff here, bro. Look at this stuff. Look at this. Watch this.
Boys here. You see that?
Yeah, man. Look at this. And all of this stuff, they connected. When I was looking, look at that, man. Come on, bro. This Saint Christopher now. They say he was toting the Messiah. And so they were dealing with all this go back to that same stuff. That this science, look at his head on this. What is that? Are you kidding me? Look,
look at the middle. Yeah, I was just gonna say, look at a black.
Yeah. I'm telling you, bro, they done corrupted the hell. Look at this. They got the nerve to say that when the three wise men came forth, this was on the manifest too, bro. Are you kidding me right now? Look at it. Come on, bro. Oh, you think it's a game? Look. What? Bro.
He said this is gonna manifest.
Yeah, this is crazy, bro. Look, come on, Zion, man. Bro, this shocked me, man. Look.
You killed me with that.
Why this master
the manifest?
Why is Master Splinter?
There ain't no Master Splinter.
What the?
He said Master Splinter.
Come on, bro. You know good
There you go.
I'm over it.
Come on, bro. Master Splinter right there, bro. Y'all know this.
Oh man.
But they use this stuff, bro, going all the way back to them doctrines, bro, that they created. Talking about Saint Crispin, it's all connected to this same stuff they trying to claim as evolution, bro. This is ridiculous.
But this is why they were called the beast, the beast, right? So they were beast-like, right? That's the word that see everybody try to get this word Gentile crisscrossed. Because in recent years, people want to turn that word Gentile into meaning only nations. But that's not what it meant. It meant lawless people.
You see it, Zion?
They were as beasts because they had no law.
Right.
You see that, Zion? Mass on, mass off. Now look who the wolf really was. Are they kidding me? Come on, bro. You see, and all this coming back to the evolution stuff, bro. I found this. Look, and what they were really trying to is they were trying to emulate Anpu.
Right.
You see, and came up with the werewolf.
Yeah, that looked like Michael Jackson with Emmanuel Lewis right there.
Let's make it plain.
What's that right there? I am manhood. I am brother.
What
do you mean? Hey, hold up, Mudawa, is that your brother?
Right there. That's Masonic right there. But
what's the little monkey man doing? What are you doing?
That's what I'm
trying I'm really disappointed. I'm really disappointed in the level of worship.
No, don't be disappointed.
Why are you always glitching, bro? You always in the Matrix.
You got to talk about this here, Mudawa. Then they got a nerve to even take our sister, Sarah Bach.
May I speak? May I speak, please, bro?
If you can get out of the Matrix, that'll be great.
Are you still in line, bro?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, jump on the link.
You in the Matrix,
Oh, okay.
Hey,
hold on.
Mudawa, that's you, Mudawa?
Sarah Baby, you know who it is.
That's Mudawa. That's Mugabe. That's Mugabe.
How can you explain this, Mudawa, right here? Now, this is the human DNA. Now, this is the chimp DNA. That's the gorilla DNA. This is the chunk that differentiate these people from each other. See the ATTAAA, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else run just like it do because that's just the natural course of the DNA sequencing.
Oh, wait.
Listen,
don't just say the natural course. That means you related to that thing.
No.
Not the natural course. That means you related to that thing. Don't glaze over that. Don't glaze over that. Don't glaze over that. I pause right there, sir. Pause right there. You gotta stop right. Commission.
Make it different, bro.
Commission.
You're trying to take one part and run with it. Look.
Commission. No. You're showing.
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
Let me finish. See that there? That's the ATAAA, right? This is CCCCT. Now I'm gonna show you something about this in a minute, right? Right? Then T, right?
Here come the pseudo judo.
CCTT, right? Now they are related, right? The chimp and the gorilla, okay, but not man. Here's the last common ancestor, ain't even related to the man. So now let me show you what this is doing here. Now that you understand about DNA.
No, now that you don't understand about DNA.
I'm finna show you something.
Stop having this conversation, family.
I'm finna show you something, bro. I'm finna show you something. I know very well about DNA.
Hey, Mudawa said that National Geographic is not a credible source.
Did I say that? Don't put words in my mouth, bro.
Okay, no. So when I show, hold up. Hey, but when Kamisha get done, we're gonna show you this video of these people on this site.
Right
hold on, Kamisha. When they were doing this retainer sacrifice, and when I played it in the back chat, you said that was garbage. So when is National Geographic garbage, bro? And then when we did the fact check. So are you saying that? Hold on, look, before you go any further, are you saying that the Egyptians didn't do retainer sacrifice?
I'm saying that motherfuckers got murked like a motherfucker in the name of Nisut.
No, okay. So you're saying they did this? So
Yes,
they little babies, didn't they? Young kids, right?
bro. Listen to me carefully.
No,
Listen to me carefully.
who?
Listen carefully. Listen carefully,
Go
bro. I'm
ahead.
not finna mix words. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not finna mix
That's
words.
what you're doing.
Human sacrifice was a thing in ancient Kemet. Yes, it
Okay, so
was.
why did you laugh when I showed you the burial site?
I didn't laugh.
You said it was garbage. You said that
I
video was garbage.
didn't, bro. I didn't, bro. I did. I've known this information for 20 years.
Yeah, it's old news, but we gotta put it in the face of your master teacher Jabari because he seems to think he wants to cry about Israelites celebrating the Passover, right? And then when you show him,
What's my name? What's my name, no, bro? What's my name? What's my name?
well, you rock with him though,
What's my
bro.
name, though? What's my name,
Well,
though? My name ain't motherfucking Jabari.
right,
So don't. Whatever Jabari put down is what Jabari put down. I'm
all right,
motherfucking Mugabe. What Mugabe
Mugabe,
put down is what Mugabe put down. Don't try to
Mugabe.
link me together, because guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? We don't look at every one of you Bible thumpers and say all of y'all have the exact same ideologies and
So
narratives and
now,
understanding.
okay, you're right. You're right. I apologize. And let me ask you this: so what was so motherfucking funny when I posted that? And
I
I'm
didn't
pulling
laugh
up.
about nothing.
You said the video was garbage. Now explain that.
If I don't recall the incident, I don't recall the incident.
Okay, I'll pull it up. But why?
Okay.
Go ahead,
I don't
Commission. Why are
recall
you
the
doing it?
incident.
I'm gonna
All
Go
show
right,
ahead,
you.
bro.
Mutawa. Question for you, brother.
What's happening, family?
When you deal with this DNA strand right here,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's a sequence that deal with these two.
Absolutely.
These that
Absolutely.
bond, out of these that makes a bond in this
Uh-huh.
DNA strand.
Yes, sir. Uh-huh.
What are the two in the pairs that make the bonds in these hydro bonds here, bro? In between these rungs on the ladder.
I'm
What
not
are they?
looking at what you're I'm not looking at it. I'm just listening right now.
Oh, you're not? Okay,
No, I'm
well,
not
I give
looking.
it to you. Adenine and thymine, right?
Okay. So
That's
the
a
A and
bond.
T bond, the A
That's
and T
right. And
bond.
then the G and C bond, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Now, when you come down here, what I just pulled up, and I don't know, I thought you was looking at the camera the whole while. I'm gonna go back to it so they can see it. When you go down here in the pairs that I just showed them, showing them the difference between, the man and the 8 DNA, right? It
Mm-hmm.
doesn't have the proper bonds here because we know adenine binds with thymine. We know this for a fact. We don't see a binding measure here in these three that's at the bottom dealing with the chimpanzee, gorilla.
Can I don't stop, brother. Don't stop. Just
Now,
pause right there. Don't stop.
right
Just
here.
pause. Don't stop. Don't stop. Just pause. Let me say this. If I gave you a deck of cards and I took out all of the number cards and just left all of the face cards together, right? Let's all of the face. I took out 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I left Jack, Queen, King, Ace. Jack, Queen, King, Ace. Yeah. I left Jack, Queen, King, Ace there together. And I shuffled them up and I passed them out to you. I passed 4 of them out to you. Right? If I gave you the 4 cards and I gave you the 4 cards again, reshuffle them again. Because I gave you because you got a different combination of the cards, damn near every time I gave you a combination of the cards, does it mean that the cards didn't come from the same deck? Does that make sense to you?
No, it don't. I'm gonna show you why, because I'm finna show you that certain cards was actually missing. That's what I'm trying to show you, brother. You ain't got a full deck. You know how they say you ain't working with a full deck? That's what I'm finna show you. So
This is real simple, family.
Right here,
This is real
you just
simple.
admitted that the 2 bonds that's made in the DNA strand is AT and GC, which everybody know that if they studied that, right? That's my point. So now here, when you look at the bonds here, right? You have what you call the purines and the pyrimidines, right? In this strand that we have over here dealing with the common ancestor, you don't see the proper bond here. You see, you don't see where what you call a and a T bond that's mixed here, just like dealing with the man.
That
You don't
means you
see it
didn't
in the
that means you
ape
didn't
or
under
the
that
common
means you didn't
ancestor.
that means
So
you
that
didn't
means, look,
understand nothing I just said. That
no,
means you didn't comprehend
no,
nothing I just said.
I'm telling you that you missing some cards. Look,
No,
brother,
bro. No, you're not
let me
missing
finish.
no
Let me
cards.
finish saying what I'm saying.
Go ahead,
I'm
bro.
showing you right now, bro. So you got cytosine, right, and thymine here. They on one side. They on the same side. This is RNA right here, basically. You see, this is just RNA on one side of the strand. The human aspect cross from here all the way over to the thymus. That's what makes the complete strand. And if you don't have,
Brother.
listen,
Hear me
if
out.
you don't
I'm just
have,
pausing you.
listen,
I ain't stopping you. I'm just
listen,
pausing you. I'm not stopping you. I'm just pausing you.
listen,
Hey,
but
listen,
wait
I'm
till
just
I finish.
pausing you though, bro. I'm just
Wait
pausing
till
you. I'm
I
not
finish,
stopping you.
bro. Wait
Okay,
till
go
I
ahead.
finish. Wait
Go
till I
ahead.
And
finish.
Mutua, write your questions down,
Yeah,
your little
because
rebuttals down. You know.
you can't rebut me while I'm
But
trying to give you a
you're
complete thought.
showing
But
something that I'm not
you're causing
looking
a
at.
distraction though.
Okay,
I'm
go
telling
ahead.
you what
Come
it
on,
is,
Mutua.
though.
You know
I'm
how we do
telling
it
you
over
what
here,
it
man.
is.
You
I'm
trying?
dealing with adenine and thymine right now. The purines and the pyrimidine. If you studied it long as you said, you know what I'm talking about. So I'm showing you on one side, brother. It's not showing the bond that crosses over to make the ladder, the hydro bonds in the 8 gene. It's showing it on one side, the RNA. It's not showing complete DNA right here, right? So in other words, RNA is more dominant in the 8 than the combination of DNA in this particular chunk that has been taken out here. And so what happens when that comes about is in my picture, what I'm showing them now is this is a complete strand. This is what you're dealing with over here when the strand ain't complete. And they call that a broken strand, right? So the 8 strand is a broken strand. So if that's the case, according to the chunk they took out now, comparing these, that shows you that they are totally different from each other. You
Pause. Now,
see,
what ape are you referring to? Because
I'm
ape
talking
is a
about the
generic
actual
term.
8.
Ape is a generic term. What
They
ape are you
gave,
referring
listen,
to?
they gave three of them. They
Okay,
gave
which ape are you referring to?
the
Uh-huh.
chimpanzee, and they gave the gorilla, bro.
Okay,
These
so
are the ones they compared.
which one, listen to me,
The
family.
ape is the
Listen to
chimpanzee
me.
is close.
Stop, brother. Stop,
No,
brother. Stop.
Mutua, you got to stop all this. Ain't nobody listen to you. That's an old ass tactic, bro. Just ask your
Bro,
question.
No,
Come on, man.
I'm asking the question. When you keep saying the
yeah,
word,
He
when
said
you
a
keep,
chimp and he said an
this
ape,
brother,
Mutua.
why is
can
he
I
don't?
finish saying what
Which
I'm,
one do you want to
can
defend? The
I
chimp or the ape?
finish saying, can I finish saying what I'm
Can we get it
saying?
out there? The chimp,
Can
which
I
one do you
finish?
want to defend,
Can I
Uduwa?
finish saying
Thank
what I'm
you,
We can do
saying?
this all
because he
day because this
acting
is what
like
you
I
want
didn't
to do.
answer the question.
Can I
Right. He trying
finish
to act
saying
like
what
you
I'm
didn't
saying?
answer. All right,
Can
go
I
ahead. Which
finish
one?
saying what I'm
Crazy,
saying?
man.
He said
All
the
right.
chimp. Now go deal with the chimp then.
Is that what you're saying, brother?
Yeah,
The
he said
chimp?
that.
I'm
No,
telling you
no,
that
no.
both
I'm
of them.
asking him.
I'm telling you that
He
both of
telling
them
you.
strands are broken, bro, according to DNA
I
study.
didn't ask you that. I said,
Oh, that
which
need to be known, though.
fucking
I know you.
primate are you
He
referring
said
to,
the
sir?
fucking chimp
Yes,
on an
sir.
ape.
God damn.
Yes, sir.
I'm
Uh-huh.
asking you a very direct question.
Hey,
And it was
Comedian,
answered.
tell him which one so he can get to his point.
It was
Because he's
answered.
tap
I
dancing.
just told you the chimp.
I know, but he said he tell
Yeah,
him
Okay,
five
cool.
you
more
Now
times.
acting
stop,
like I
stop,
didn't
stop,
say that.
stop,
No,
stop,
we
stop, stop,
because
stop,
you didn't hear it the
stop,
first time.
stop,
We gonna
stop,
tell you
You want me to
two
stop.
say
more
it
times.
again?
It was a
Here we
goddamn
go.
chimp. It was a
Here.
chimp. It was a chimp. Now, do
Do
you
you
get
want
it?
me to say it
Okay.
again?
Right. How many
Now,
times you want him to say it, bro? Deal
listen to me,
with what
bro.
he said.
Listen to me, bro. Listen
Yeah,
to
we
me,
want to
family.
listen. Now, here you go with this
Listen to me,
bullshit.
family.
Here we go.
Loud has never spelled correct. Ever. In the history of humankind.
And guess what?
Loud has never
You didn't hear
spelled
the
correct.
question is only trying to buy time to think of an answer.
Yeah,
How
that's
about
what he
No.
that?
doing. He don't have an
Right.
answer.
You don't have a goddamn answer.
He getting beat up again, just like we beat him up yesterday.
Now hold up. No
Nah.
Muda.
And
Do you
came up
understand
in
his? Do you
here.
understand his demonstration? You want to know which one he talking about, a chimp or ape? Now let me ask you this: which one?
Brother. He
Hold up.
He didn't
Yeah,
need
no,
a,
no.
he didn't need you to hold his hand while he went to the bathroom this morning. Get out the way,
No,
JJ.
he just
Let me
confirming.
finish doing this.
Oh,
He just
no,
confirming
I'm
that
in the
I answered.
goddamn way because I'm in this chimp argument too.
He confirmed that
The
I
hell
answered
going
the
on? We've
question,
been beating you up all the last 4 days.
Get your ass out the way. I've been whooping on
Mudawar,
you
stop
dudes for the
gerrymandering, bro. And
listen.
get stop
Listen, bro.
gerrymandering.
Okay, listen
Stop
to me, bro.
gerrymandering,
May
Go
I
bro.
ahead.
finish?
Go
May
ahead,
I
Mudawar.
finish?
He
You
said a
can,
chimp. Go ahead.
but
Deal with
May
him.
stop
I
gerrymandering, though, bro.
may
Okay,
I
Go ahead.
finish?
all right, hold up. Mudawar, before you finish. Now, do you understand what he said? You asked him a chimp or ape. Commissioner, which one do you want to pick?
I told him it was the chimp.
All
It
right,
don't
now go
matter
Okay,
ahead,
which one
thank
you
Mudawar.
you.
pick.
Now we
We done
can
told
move
you 10
forward.
times.
Now
It ain't
Let's
now
hear
we
it.
said
can
that 5
move now
times.
All right.
now we can move forward.
You
Now
got
we can
sources you
move
want to put
forward.
on the screen?
Bro, I'm not even looking at the screen. This is actually coming up. I know the
That's why
information
it's
well
not.
enough.
Okay, go
I
ahead,
know
bro.
the information well enough
We
that
don't
it's
believe you.
coming off the dome, bro.
We don't believe you,
Let
though. I've been
let
dealing
me
with you for
cook.
years.
Let
Go
me
ahead, cook.
cook,
Go
family.
ahead.
Let
Let
him
me
go
cook.
ahead,
Yeah, I'm
Judy,
going to
so
look
we
at what
can
you
beat him
say.
up some more.
I'm going to
Go
fact
ahead.
check you. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead, so we can
Go
beat
Right.
ahead,
him up
Mudawar.
some more. Go ahead, Mudawar.
Now, the question
Now,
is, okay, go ahead.
now, the brother laid out some information, and I'm literally not looking at the screen. I'm making me some dinner right now. And the things that he said would sound reasonable to the person that doesn't know.
You got a smart TV, Mudawar? Turn on the TV right now. And you turn
God,
on YouTube.
stop
Cause you
trying
make
to save him.
no,
Stop
no.
trying to
Turn on
save him,
YouTube. I want
JJ.
you to see the screen, bro.
Man,
Bro,
JJ
stop trying
ain't
to
got to
save him.
save me, bro, cause we ain't
Stop
gonna have
trying
to
to
save
save
you
him.
We
after you
already,
say what
yeah.
you finna say.
Stop trying to
It's gonna be.
save him, bro.
No,
Stop
we
trying to
want you to
save
get
him.
the full. We want you to get the full grasp of the situation. So
Cause
go
he
turn
don't
Stop
on
know
your
trying
what
to
he
save
coming
TV.
him,
up
bro.
against
Stop
right now.
stop trying to save him, bro. Let
He
him
has
let that
no
man
idea what he coming up against right now.
let that
Now
man
I'm saving you, but he asked you a question. How come
listen.
the goddamn chimp and ape only got one strand of this shit going on? That's the question.
That's that exactly.
Exactly. I understood that long time ago. Now let's
Fact.
go.
Now, you finished? Sit
Yeah, I'm
still,
finished. Move on. Go
students.
ahead.
Sit still, students. We'll get to that in a second. Now, back to the dissertation. Mr. Commission, what you're showing
Oh.
is you all right?
Oh, my fault. I was
Bro,
watching the
we ain't
game, man. My
saying
fault.
nothing,
My
bro.
fault.
We
My fault. I thought
listening,
my
bro.
mic was. Now, how do you know
No,
what he's showing if you can't see it?
I'm listening to him. I'm trying my best to listen to the information.
But you said
I
what you
don't.
showing, G. So you peeking in. That's what he doing, y'all. But
Yeah,
go
he
ahead,
seen it
Mudawar.
the first time.
Yeah,
I
he
know he
seen
seen
it.
it when I
Okay,
first
well,
told him.
we go do it like this. We go do it
He
like this.
being disingenuous.
Since
He
y'all
know
since
what we
y'all
talking
think
about.
it's a game, brother Commission, I want you to line up your best art. What is your argument? And
Bro,
specifically,
No,
the whole
hold on, listen
argument
to
is
me.
asking
always been
Listen to
the
you
me
God
carefully.
questions.
code versus
Listen to me,
evolution, bro. The
listen to me
God
carefully.
code versus
Versus
evolution. That's
okay,
what it's
and you
always been. It ain't
okay,
changed.
and
Why
you're
y'all
saying
acting
that
like y'all don't know the
oh,
dates and the times and the
Right.
subjects?
Now, so he don't know what's going on.
Goodness gracious.
okay,
We've
the
been talking
Move
about
God
this for the
code.
last 4, 5 days behind the scenes. Now he get in front of the camera. He don't know what's going on. And we
But
have showed you these.
JJ, you keep getting in the way. JJ, I
No,
gotta
okay.
find the man premise. I gotta nail down a premise.
Okay, before you do that, can you answer that first question he said? Can you do that? And you burn up your bacon. I hear it. Flip it. Flip it, Mudawar.
That mind you, that's chicken breast, nigga. I don't know
Oh,
motherfuckers.
shit.
Yeah, you can tell us
That's bacon.
anything
That's
while
smart
we over here.
sizzling.
If you lie in the conversation, you lie about what you eat.
All right, now get back to it, man. Can you fry your bacon and answer the question at the same time?
Right now, to get
All right,
back
go ahead.
to get back to the pseudoisms that I've heard from Brother Kamisha. Brother Kamisha's a good brother, but he seems to be a little, not a little bit. He's super pseudo. What he's going to try
Yeah.
to
There's a man with no sources.
hold on, bro. Listen to me. I don't never bring out sources in the back chat. I bring out sources in the real debate. I don't
That's
give a
what
damn
make
about.
you. That's what make you super pseudo.
I don't give a damn about proving my point in the back chat. I want to prove my point on the big stage in front of the people. I want you
Well,
to
prove
feel
it, brother.
however you
Stop
want to
talking
feel.
in gerrymandering and
Right.
prove it.
I'm saying, now that I've nailed down your premise, you saying the God code versus evolution.
No, no,
That's
So
no.
right.
this is what
Okay,
he
all right,
said.
all right, all right, all right. But
That's
you're gonna skip that
exactly
question though. We want to get back to that. We're gonna
listen
get
to what
back
I'm
to that.
saying, bro. Good
Why
brother.
do
Bro,
the
we've been waiting
monkey?
for
Why
10
do the
minutes to
only
get this man
RNA on the
answers.
monkey side? How do we evolve to these ones right here when they didn't even have the full coding?
Brother.
That's my question.
That's what I'm
Brother.
trying to
There
tell
you
you
Brother.
right
go.
Brother.
now.
I'm dumbing it down for you while you fry your
Brother.
bacon.
Brother.
Go ahead, bro.
Brother.
Answer
They
Brother.
that,
missing a
and
few
then we'll get
schools,
to
And
the
man.
why
other part later.
Can I
They
can I
and
missing
can
why
a
I
is
say
there
few
this?
still
schools.
apes that exist if we evolve from a former ape or primate, why do we still have apes that's not evolving?
The s-
Facts.
the
When did
the s-
when did the
the same
process
way,
when did
brother. The same way,
go ahead.
brother. We still have dogs and wolves, brother.
There you
The
go.
same
Didn't I
thing
just show y'all the
applies.
werewolves? Didn't I just show
The
y'all? I
same the
told you.
same the same
So
concept applies, bro.
I
so
told you.
but there's a difference with wolves and dogs because it's been proven that wolves can mate with certain dogs, but when it comes to primates and gorillas, they
Excellent.
can't
Okay,
mate with
come on, come
humans.
on, come on, come on. Because
Facts.
guess
No,
what? Guess
I'm just
what? Guess what? Hold
listen.
on,
I'm
stop,
just
stop,
throwing
stop.
it out there
Stop right
for.
there. Stop
Hold
right
on,
there. Stop right
I
there.
just want to finish my.
Stop right there. Stop right
Go
there.
ahead.
Stop right there. That's it. That's where I need y'all to be. Right there where you just said. What humans cannot mate with a chimpanzee or mate with a gorilla and produce a viable offspring, right? We all know that. That's common sense, right? Nobody is ever gonna say anything different. Now, you need to
Mhm.
look at all of the hominid species in between the breaking away from the common ancestor until Homo sapiens sapien.
I,
That's
yo,
where we see,
yo,
listen to me carefully, listen to me carefully.
That's what he talking about,
That's
y'all.
no, I know what you're saying.
that's where we
I know
see.
what you mean. I know what
Now
you mean. So
you walk
okay, so
with
you
me.
know that I know what you mean.
Uh,
I
uh,
just want you to know, so you know that I know what you mean.
That's
Thank
what
you,
When
he
you
brother.
talking
look
about
at,
right there, y'all.
if I
That's
can
what he
get the
means right there.
diagram sent through Jeremiah, Judah, basically what you're saying is that we have a common ancestor. This is why you have what is known as ghost gene DNA. You
That's
also have
right.
rhDNA
That's
gene.
right.
So
That's right.
basically, what you're saying is that there are certain species of the hominoid family that, for instance, like the sun, the pygmy, the Yoruba, that they find in this ghost gene DNA that they mixed with them species. Now, I have no problem with certain subspecies or hybrid
now
species.
leave
The
that
That's
picture
right.
problem
back
that I
up for a
have,
minute, Kamisha.
the problem that I have is evolution.
What
Now,
you
I can
say?
see devolution
Yeah, put that
from
picture back up
ascent to
for 1
descent,
second.
but not from ascent to descent, but not descent to ascent. What if I say to you, bro? What if I say to you, elder, that there are ancient records that speak the reverse, that say that what you call apes and the so-called white man are a product or a hybridization
Facts.
of the original man.
That's
Uh
where I was
oh.
finna go. Facts.
So that's
Oh,
reverse.
Mudawar.
Listen to me. Hold on. Listen to me.
All
Listen
right,
to
go
me.
ahead. Go ahead,
I
Mudawar. You got
wasn't.
the flow.
I was not
Neanderthal.
always. Hold on. Let me say this, bro. I was not always scientifically literate. I was
We know
taught.
that,
I
but
was.
you
Let me
speak
finish.
now. Shit.
Let me finish,
Go
bro.
ahead. All right,
Let
man.
me
Let him
finish.
Damn.
finish. Let him
I
See,
finish.
was.
Let him
nothing
finish.
new.
Go ahead.
I was taught coming up. I was taught coming up that white people were the direct descendants of Neanderthals that were banished to the Caucasus Mountains, and that's where they come from. I grew up thinking that that was real science.
Oh Lord.
Oh, give him the floor. Give him the floor. Give him 2 more
I
minutes, y'all.
grew I grew up thinking that that was the real truth, the origin
Mhm.
of the white man.
What's the origin
That's
of
what
the
I was
white man?
taught.
If
Listen
you
to
don't
what I'm
mind me
saying.
asking you, what's the origin of the white man? If you
He
don't
said
mind me
It,
asking.
Neanderthal. He said,
briefly,
This the mighty,
briefly,
this the mighty Hebrew.
briefly.
I'm
Okay,
asking you a question.
briefly,
What's the origin
briefly,
of the white?
briefly. He and she is a degenerate version of you and I. That's it.
Okay,
That's
he's a
the
hybrid.
brief.
So you say he's a hybrid. He's a
He
hybrid.
get right.
but
We agree on that.
let me
We
say
agree
something
on
real
that.
quick. Let me say something real quick. But
Lucifer.
Charles
So no,
Darwin,
hold on, Jeremiah Judah. Hold
because
on.
Charles
I
Darwin
just
said it's
want.
different. He believe in Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin said we less than them.
I
All
know
right, man,
Jeremiah
you need to
Judah.
put your
I
foot in your
know.
mouth again.
No, no.
All right, get him out of here,
No,
bro.
no, 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 no. Don't say nothing. So where you going, man? So my
Lucifer.
question is, y'all got something up there made for you, babe. It's on the stove. Yo, all right. So here's my question.
When was the origin of the so-called white man? Like, when did his origins come about? You know, you got some that teach the Yaqub story, which is going back
Right.
6,000 plus years ago. Some teach
Right.
that he came through Esau. Some say Japheth. Some say me by way of a devolution that happened during the Aryan root epic. So now I'm asking you, right? What's your understanding and your intake of the origin of the white man, since you're saying that you don't go by Neanderthalians because scientifically Neanderthalians at 850,000 BCE is known as having the RH rump in his DNA. You know this, and science is
Now,
saying this. So my question to you
now
is,
let me
what's the origin
tell
of the
you.
white
Let me tell you here. The first thing we got to
He
understand
ain't gonna
is
answer,
that
man. He finna go somewhere else.
no,
Watch.
I'm not. The first thing
He
we
been
got to
doing it all
understand,
day.
bro. Can you? I'm giving you high science
No,
right now, good brother.
let him go. Let him go. Just let him talk.
This is the first thing you got to understand. Genotype mutates before phenotype. That's the first thing. I'm going to say it again. Genotype mutates before phenotype. The genotype that became the European was in place for thousands of years before the phenotype that we know of Europeans came into play. The reason why we know this is when we look at Cheddar Man. Cheddar Man phenotypically on the outskirts looked, it was a highly melanated person, but the genotype was already in place, meaning that the whatever he was, a R1 or a R2 or whatever, that was already in place. The only mutation that happened was the mutation that caused light and white skin. And we know what that came from. That was an adaptation that turned into a mutation because of the environment. That's where he comes from,
No,
family.
I need a source. I don't need. I don't want to hear all. They sound good. Put up.
I will. I
No,
will
source
in a
that.
real debate. I will in a real
No.
debate.
We don't.
I
We having a
will in a real
discussion.
debate.
Well, anything you say right now, where can I
Jeremiah
find this
Judah.
information? All right,
Jeremiah
man.
Judah. Jeremiah Judah. Go in your
Yeah.
inbox real quick, because
All right.
I'm giving you my primary sources, my scientific sources. Then I'm gonna show you the origin of how the so-called white race did come about, right?
That would be an excellent
I'm
debate too, though. That would be an excellent debate, by the way.
this would be excellent because I definitely specialize in that. So if you go in your
Right.
inbox real quick, Jeremiah Judah, go in your inbox. I
All right.
just send you from the Smithsonian Institute proving that there was hybridizations of species that we
Okay.
mix with, and I can prove that the so-called white man is a product of a devolution by the way of original Patalians, miscalled Atlanteans, mixing with a species when their bodies became more coarse in nature, when they became adaptable to the surroundings around us. I can show you this.
So,
So
but
if you
I wouldn't
listen to
mind. I wouldn't mind having that dialogue with you, bro.
hold up, chill out. We
because
dialoguing now.
because I want
We finna pull it up right now because you
right,
refuse
because
to
what I
show.
want to say is, what I
Hold
want
up,
to
Monty.
say is, listen, y'all.
He refused. Hold
I
on,
need to
Monty.
go in.
He
I
refused to
need to,
show any goddamn sources. Talking about saving it for the debate. We trying to build and learn over here. That means you're full of bullshit and you don't have no sources.
He don't have it.
He don't have shit but that lip,
And you
that
see
chimp
what I'm
lip.
showing? You see what I'm showing right here?
Hold on,
Same
I'm
thing
finna pull
Mighty
it up, Mighty
Hebrew was
Hebrew.
talking about.
And so he
let
Same
me
wants
go
you to
thing
show
in.
all
Let
Mighty
me,
your
was talking about.
hand. This is a trick.
oh,
Because he don't have
oh,
no sources, but he wants you to show all your hand.
listen, my sources, let me show you something. My sources is so beyond limitation. You know
Right.
what I mean? I just want you to see what the so-called white man is saying. So this is what we
Okay,
teach
hey,
over
Kamisha,
here.
I'm gonna send it to you because you already got your screen up.
Yes, sir. Yes,
All right.
sir.
I'm ready for you to use my PowerPoint and I go in on it. But
Yes,
I ain't
sir.
even gonna do that. I ain't even
They
gonna do
ain't,
that.
they ain't ready for all that, man. We can't give them all.
No,
That's too
I
much
know.
meat.
Hey,
You
All right. So
Janet
no, hold
Jackson,
up this.
Janet Jackson wrote a song a long time ago, right? She said,
Mm-hmm.
"Anytime, any place,
Mm.
anytime, any place."
I
All I got
like
to do
this
is set a
elder.
date up. All
I
I need
like
is a
this.
date.
Listen, I like this elder. So you know this the mighty Hebrew, so you know who you talking to. We had that discussion
Right.
earlier.
I ain't mad. I ain't mad
I'm
at you.
on what I
bro,
know. I'm
Mighty
on
bro,
what I'm on, and what I'm saying is this: what if it
you
can
gonna
be
get the smoke.
proven?
that there are older archaic stories that teach that the so-called white man and the ape are a devolution of man. What if I can show you that?
Listen to what I'm saying.
Hold on. Let me just say this. Let me say this part.
Was that rhetorical? Was that
Are you
rhetorical
going
or a
Let me
real
finish my
question?
point.
today? Just one question, Moodle.
No,
We just
I'm
want
going.
to answer one.
What's
You always say,
happening,
listen to what I'm saying, and then you take me to left field. I'll be waiting for you to answer the question. Everybody in the audience, everybody's listening. That's an old ass
Anytime,
trick, bro. Just say you
any
don't know.
place, anytime,
And we know about,
any
and listen,
place.
and what
On
we
the line,
know, and
this
what
is
we
where it's
do,
gonna be,
so
Moodle.
you'll
Right
know.
here,
We know about
right
this,
here.
so y'all can hear me. Because earlier you spoke about the Chatterman as if that Chatterman didn't have RH monkey DNA gene in them, which they got from the Cro-Magnon, which go back to the Luminar, which go back to the original Grimaldi's. Because you remember when the Grimaldi's got caught up in the ice, because even Sheikh Anti-Diop bring all this down in civilization of barbarianism, man. He talk about how the Grimaldi went up,
Anytime,
got caught up in the worm glacial
any
period, and then we can
place.
trace this same rhDNA gene. We can trace it to the Neanderthalians. And we got bones to prove that these people existed, or these humanoid beings that were beast-like and man in one. I can prove it. Yo, put that piece up real quick. Put that piece up
Yeah.
real quick.
Let me send one of them to you. Moodle. Okay, now can you show us anything, please? Cause see what he doing. He wants you. Everybody. We gonna show our hand anyway. Cause we ain't scared.
I'm gonna read it. This comes from SmithsonianInstitute.com. Let's get it. Modern humans once mated with other species. Come on, man. There were other species that don't exist. That's when you talk about the common ancestor. The common ancestor is the ghost gene that they can't identify, man. That is of the species that we were mixing with that weren't a part of our hominoid family. Now the Torah or the understanding of the Torah Constitution is clear, because during post-Diluvian, a lot of them antediluvian species that still existed crossed over into post-Diluvian. That's why the Most High didn't want us to mix with other nations, because a lot of them still had that genome in them. So let me read this. There it is right there. Modern humans once made it with other. Let me read this. Don't be like that, man. Don't be like that, because if you was reading some knowledge, I wouldn't do that. So modern humans once made it with
Brother,
other
come on,
species.
Moodle, man.
Humanity.
You 51 years
It
old,
says
man. Cut it out.
listen to what it says. Listen, you 51. Come on, man. You serious, man? Genetic studies reveal some modern humans carry DNA from extinct hominoid species, evidence of ancient inbreeding. Who this guy think he's talking to? After proving the archaic records of the Stenzon of the Zion records, that it's called the sin of the mindless. When you go into the Puranas and you go into what is also known as the Ramayana, what happened during 18.5 million BCE, when our bodies were still coarse
Hey, Moodle,
in
can you
the
mute your mic? It's your turn to speak. Come on, bro.
mute that, man.
Yeah, come on, man. He do this shit all the
Fine.
time, man. That shit
Come on,
rude,
man. That's
bro.
fine. That's fine.
Come on, man. You too old for that, bro. Mute your
Sarnetta
mic.
said
We
I'm
don't want to hear.
scared to debate. Sarnetta said,
Damn.
I'm gonna give him what he wants. Sarnetta said I'm scared to debate. Okay, let's find out. So like I was
He ran
saying,
off. He ran off.
18.5 million BCE.
That's what he do.
He ran. I'm about to
That's
buy.
what he
I
do.
think he
He
ran.
ran the other
I
day.
ran him
You
off.
ain't getting
I
no
ran him
goddamn
off.
debate. You don't deserve a debate.
That's what he do.
I ran
He
him
run.
off. Come on,
He
man.
run.
That's what everybody
You
can
done
hear.
ran him off
When we
now,
talk
He
to
man.
teaching my Hebrew.
antediluvian, when you look at the Genesis account, man, when you're looking at the days, it's Yawam, which means that which containeth life. So each day is an epoch. So we in the epoch's epic from 60 million BCE to 21 million BCE. This is when Ha'adam, which means the firstborn, rising with outstretched arms, is a ovarious being given birth by the sweat gland. This is a scientific observational fact. Every root epic or every day we existed, but our bodies was coarse to that adaptable condition that we was in. Who this dude think he talking to? Then as we trickle down the separated tree of life from unsent to descent, not what Darwin is talking. He talking about we came by the way of descent to ascent. That's two different paradigms, Holmes. That's two. If we the gods, how we, come on, man, we fell.
We wasn't on the ground and then rose. What does this dude think he's talking to? So as you looking at from 60 million BCE to 21 million BCE, we were laboriously given birth. That's why the word Ha'adam don't mean man. The word man goes back to the Sanskrit word manu, which means to think. Okay? Now, it's a process. Adam is describing a condition of the soul plane being manifested in the physical plane or the earth plane from Keta to Mahut. When you're looking at the tree of life systems or the separated tree of life, that's where the Genesis is breaking down. It's breaking down the 7 root epics or the so-called 7 root races or the so-called 7 candlesticks. All these are metaphorical from us coming by the way of macabre light. Once we ascended down 21 million BCE to 18 million BCE, now you got the separation of the sexes. Somebody talking about the rib. The Hebrew word is zalal, which is feminine principle with the ha'adam. It's not a literal rib, right? And then the brother on the Asiatic 7, you asked what I've been doing and what I've done. Why? Yo, Jeremiah Jude, I put in your inbox all the websites you can go to, all the mining companies we built. We got our own schools over here. We built this is what I'm doing. Our own university on. Am I lying, Jeremiah Judah? Am I telling people the truth?
Telling the truth.
These dudes don't know who I am.
That's
The
why they
12
don't
tribe
want
chart. Why would I use the 12 tribe chart? You're gonna say that the Mayans are the Hyksos. No, you're not. The Hyksos are the Amalekites. That's number one. Number two, because you got what is known as the Hyksos and the Hyksos. You bring up Josephus. Well, Josephus breaks this down against Manatho and against Ampionon in the complete works of Flavius Josephus. Why y'all quoting books? Are y'all reading these things? Who are these people talking to, babe? These guys must be crazy. They think they talking to some amateur. You don't even know the difference from a Hykso versus a Hykso. And then you bring up the Mayans being the Hyksos. Anybody that know about the real Mayan history, they can go into the Ramayana and the Puranas. They was known as Naga Maya. The freaking Mayans is from India, man. They from fucking India. They didn't think they was dealing with the serpent worship in Mesoamerica. You better read books when India once ruled the Americas by Glenn D. Matlock. You don't want me going on you. Who these guys think they talking to? Now getting back to this. Yeah, go pull it up right now so they can see it.
India
pull it up. It's called it's called India Once Ruled the Americas.
Oh man!
By Glenn D. Matlock, and he shows how the whole Mesoamerican culture is really Hindu culture. Come on, man, Hindu sand culture. Just like when you break it down, when you looking at the fucking pantheon on the Kemet, which in the suit. That's why they got the cobra. Why? Because during pre-dynastic Kemet, you had the Nagas ruling that came from the way of Tamal from southern India, from the Indus Valley, representing the cobra. And then down the lower Kemet, which was originally called the Botsi because it kept going underwater, you had so-called lower Kemet being ran by the Nakals that came from off the island of Ruta or Patala, falsely called Atlantis. So lower Kemet was ruled by South American Nakals, and upper Kemet was ruled by the Nagas of the Indus Valley when Namor or Menes the First came in 3400 BCE to reunite. Why? Because the Cobra Kings and the Scorpion Kings were ruling against each other. What are you talking about?
They
don't know fucking history. This is antediluvian history. They don't know shit, man. About Kemet or none of that. When they dealing with the mummies, when they dealing with all the mummies and all that crap that they dealing with, that's post-diluvian. That's the sons of Ham. When the children of Ham came 9,564 BCE, the pyramid understanding or diamond power was already lost. You want to know where diamond power come from? Pyramid power comes from the fucking Ramorhos who passed it down to the Tavaklis, who passed it down to the pre-Toltecs. That's why I'm saying that the pyramids of China and South America is older than Egypt. Egypt pyramids came roughly 400,000 BCE.
Marty, you give them too much. Hebrew, when you talk about that diamond power,
they talk about, man, they're not reading many, man.
Marty Hebrew, can they drill like the squares? They can drill squares with the diamond power, right? You know how they got the square holes and shit? There you go.
And what I'm saying is when you look at the pyramid, it's really in the shape of a diamond.
But because it's all that sand is over it, you can't see. But getting back to that dude that's dealing with the
Here go that book. Let
evolution.
me show the audience the
Yeah,
book,
show
Mighty
the
Hebrew.
people the book.
Yeah, show them because
Yeah,
we ain't
I
playing
don't
over
play
here, man.
games.
We ain't playing
Stop
over
talking
here,
about,
man.
oh, I'm scared to debate. Debate who?
Hey,
What y'all gonna ask
listen,
me stupid questions like,
bro.
show
None of
the
them
first
got
Hebrew, show
10
somebody
debates
that
under
said
their
that the
belt, Mighty
Hebrews on the
Hebrew. None
slave
of them.
ship.
The people that's telling you he only had
Listen,
10
I want to
debates
debate
under his
they
belt.
work.
I had 10 debates.
Listen. I want to challenge footwork. You can't be 51 years old still debating. You're supposed to show some accomplishments. Come on. I just want to say this. So 18.5 million BCE, you have what was known as the sin of the miners. The bodies weren't fully coarse. So they was dealing with instinctive will. That's why when you go into Genesis or Bereshit chapter 3, say, they have become as gods, knowing good from evil. Now they become consciously aware. That was the Lan'diin root epic, where our bodies now are fully understanding and being more adaptable or encased in the body structure that we were in. We were really gigantic in nature. This is where all ancient mythos and all the ancient antediluvian, post-diluvian, diluvian, Tanakh, scriptures, pseudepigraphic, I don't care what you're talking about. Even the people in Kemet taught this. So what are you
Hey,
talking
Mighty
about,
Hebrew, you see the
man?
screen? Here go that book you was talking about. Is this the one you
Yeah,
got?
there it is right there. Yeah, there it is. Hit the ball. Hit the
Yeah,
ball
then you can read
and
the back
read
of
what
it.
they say. Yeah,
All right,
there
hold
it
up.
is right there. Come on, man. And that's just
It
one
said,
book. That's just one book.
India once ruled the Americas. See, this new information.
And I can prove that the Mayans are Nagas. They Nagas, man.
Hold up.
They
Okay.
Nagas. That's how you know that 12 tribe chart is false. But what I'm saying to you is you had what was known as the sin of the mindless, bro. So when them portions of Lumerians were mixing with species that weren't a part of them, they developed what was known as the ghost gene. But then when you go to what you call the Neanderthalians, our H monkey DNA gene was developed by conscious Atlanteans that were crossing over into the Aryan or noble root epic, man. So what I'm saying is that the white man in the beginning stages is at least over 1 million years old, bro. But the fullness of him, as you see today, is no more than 6,000 years. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about.
It said the Hindu scholars have always claimed that in remote times, their Naga snake ancestors visited every part of the globe, mapping it accurately and mining gold and copper in such places as Michigan, Colorado, Arizona, England, Ireland, Peru, Bolivia.
Right.
They've been all over.
Right. They've been
You
all
see?
over. We got the actual. See, they don't never want you to deal with the actual Isra archaeologists because they contradict Western academia. That's why, just like y'all try to come to us, look, Jeremiah, Judah, this is how they try to set Israelites up. They want you to say that Abraham was born in Ur, the Chaldeans, so then they can trap you and say something like, well, archaeology say that the Ur in Mesopotamia is no more than 7th century to 9th century BCE. But they don't want you to know that there was an Ur in the Indus Valley, 7,500 BCE. They don't want to talk about that Ur. The Ur, that's what I'm saying. When you go into Genesis chapter 11, verse 1 and 2, it says that a people came from India and went to a plain called Sumer or Sinar. It's telling you in the very beginning that we came from the Indus Valley. You're trying to look at the Indus Valley like it is today. It's not like, why you think the blackest people are from India, not Africa, dude?
You ain't lying.
What are you talking about,
You
man?
ain't lying on that one.
Y'all so fixated with Africa. Africa, we were a global people, bro. What are you talking about?
It says in this book that you guys said in the essay entitled "On Egypt from the Ancient Book of the Hindus," Asiatic Research Volume 3, 1792, British Lieutenant Colonel Francis Wilford gave abundant evidence providing that ancient Indian colonized and settled in Egypt. They colonized it, man.
I told you.
Came over.
I told
Jabari,
you.
hey, I'm telling you, man, what
told
we
you.
got over here. See,
This
sometimes
is
you
how
want to
y'all
talk about.
beat them.
We got
This is how
quality.
y'all beat
We got
them. This is
quality
how
over
y'all
here.
beat them. Y'all use the Indus Valley colonization of Kemet, and you use the Indus Valley records
They challenge because what Afrocentric scholars have did, they deceived the world by making it seem like the Indus Valley culture came from out of Africa. That's not true. It went into what they would consider today Africa, because you got to remember, in ancient times, people wasn't thinking continentally. So Africa didn't even exist, yo. America, Asia, none of that shit existed. That's a modern thought. That's a modern thought that came from Europeans, man. So when you talk all this African shit, it really don't make no sense, because the ancient peoples that lived on what you consider this continent today weren't continental thinkers. They never even heard of that. They didn't even have a conception of that. So it's all fake what they're doing, man. I'm saying that the Kemetic, I challenge all of them. I'm saying that the Kemetic culture go back to the Indus Valley. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, Mighty Hebrew, now that we got you on here, go over a little bit of that beat down that you did on Tahuti on Killer Priest. I seen that. I was like, God, it was overkill, bro. It was overkill.
Man, look, man.
Now, what he said? You said you gave him firsthand evidence of somebody speaking firsthand. Go to that point right there. What did you show?
Matter of fact, what you can do is I can give you the number, and you can pull up the video. I give you the number, and then you can go to the video.
Yeah. We're gonna put the video first.
And then the people can hear and see the PowerPoint themselves. You know what I mean? Not the whole, but what you're talking about. What you're talking about.
With the time stamp, what you're saying. Okay, keep talking. You and Kemetian and Karima. I'm gonna find a video.
So all I'm saying is that we have the records. We have the parental records. We can prove it. We can prove that the original Hebrews go back to the Indus Valley. And when the bull said, Asiatic 7, when he said that the Hebrews were Asian, that's true in the sense of if you're defining contemporary times based on location. But the phenol structure looked like the typical African American. If you look at the typical African American woman, most of them got round faces, chinky eyes. They what you would consider quote unquote Black Asiatics or the Shemitic tribes. We clearly don't look what you would consider Hamitic. So it's like I'm over here in Africa. I can see the difference from Shemitic, Hamitic, Japhetic, and what you will call pre-Hamitic, Shemitic, and Japhetic. Because over here we don't teach that everybody is a descendant of Noah. That's a different story, a different topic. So I'm going to Killer Priest podcast right now. I'm there, so I'm pulling it up.
Oh yeah, okay. Share it to Kemetian so he can play it. Cause his sound is better than mine.
You said do what? Send it to Kemetian.
Share that video to Kemetian, and then he gonna play it. Or Karima, one or the other. Yeah.
I send it to Kemetian.
Yeah,
because Karima be doing a lot. I'm gonna send it to
baby
Kemetian.
and yeah.
Right.
Trying to go ahead and send it, brother.
Are you?
Yeah, man.
I'm sending it. Watch what I do. Watch what I do to them.
Watch.
Always asking, oh, do you have any information? They know who to ask and who not to ask them questions to. That's why I ran from Kemetian, because Kemetian was going to buy you. And then you always use the term pseudo. Y'all only use that term so nobody can question y'all. Like, come on, man.
That shit get played out, bro.
That's getting played out because even in the scientific world, don't you know most scientists today believe in a higher force? Like most scientists today believe in a higher force. They changing the paradigm. You can't. They hear you. So Diet, they hear you. Everybody hear you.
What's up, little Mighty Hebrew?
Yeah, I'm saying, what's up, little Mighty Hebrew? They hear you.
Yeah.
All right, I'm getting it now, y'all. Say something, Kemetian.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Kemetian. Speak on it while he find it. He might be busy too. Well, I'll speak on something. Like I say, man.
You can't hear me?
Go ahead, yeah.
I was actually playing the video.
Well, okay, play. Well, we got a video real quick. How long is it? You got Mighty Hebrew video?
Yeah, the one he had sent to me.
Okay, cool. Let's get it in. Karima, can you share the video, please?
I got it right here.
Yeah, you can share it. Yeah, go ahead. But she still got to push the share
button.
Can you hear it?
Can you hear it? I got the number. Started at 2 hour 43 minute mark. Started from there.
Yeah. And
Uh-oh.
Kareem, he gave us a shout out on the show
Uh-oh.
too. I didn't even know it. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I shout out Karima. I shout out Jeremiah Judah.
And the Lions
Kemetian
Den.
Adept. The
Yep.
Lions Den. Like, come on. This Israel.
Right.
And don't get it twisted. They are brothers and sisters over that side too. But I'm rocking with those of like minds. We Israel.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's just that, man. I'm a Hebrew Israelite sovereign national. Who else you think I'm a rock with? I'm a rock with Israelites and Moors and rosters. Period.
Right.
Okay, there we go.
Ooh, not that part. Not that part yet. Yeah. Started from there. Y'all, you're right. Started from there.
Put on big screen, Kemetian.
You ain't gotta call him. You can call him after I'm done this. Because my whole thing is, we supposed to have did this presentation a long time ago, but we didn't. So go to the first slide. Let's get the first slide up here.
This is what you had in store for Tahuti?
Yeah, this is in store. The end of the 400-year door return. We talking about building the nation again. We ain't talking about just philosophizing on social media only. We talking about building a governance for our people so we can build. So first, let's hear what your academic consensus say about the Shemitic people. Go to the next slide. Let's build a case. We're to build the case, man. They love that you're a Gentile. So I'm gonna let the Gentile talk for you. That's why I said. Think about
by the Hebrew.
Don't say the 48 laws.
Make sure your mic is good.
Yes.
Make sure your mic is good. Yeah, repeat that.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, when you're dealing with academic consensus, they love them. So let's go to Christopher Earrett, PhD, right? What do you say about the Shemites? The early Shemites were just a few Africans arriving in the Levant to find a lot of other people already in the area. See Iraq, 2012, World History Connected interview by WHC co-editor Thomas Lakins. And then it also gives you the press that you can go to, the Illinois Press, education. This is what your PhDs are saying about the original Shemitic people. This is what they say, that they're Africans. And I know that word is like a misnomer, but they were melanated people. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, let's get it. The next slide. So now we at the 18th dynasty of Moshe. So now we got an Exodus timeline. There's one thing that I said to Tahuti on his own podcast. I asked him about Benito or purpose, because I know if you're dealing with any form of academia, see, we at the Mighty Hebrew University, we only use academia as a comparative research, not as a definitive, because the academic consensus have you boxed in, not to be, like for instance, if Kambada was boxed in within what is known as a social norm, its lyrical content wouldn't be the way it is. He had to step outside the social norm box to challenge his inner self. And that's what I'm doing. I created a methodology, Hebrew cosmogenesis, Hebrew anthropogenesis. I battlefield tested, I'm on the ground, and I'm showing and proving what I'm saying to be true. First, just being a parrot puppet, regurgitating other people's information. I'm only showing you this to show that even them, even though they try to hide the truth, that they telling us that we were in Kemet. The problem is, it's the dynastic period that you look at. The problem is that you're looking at things from a lineal perspective. I thought the Kemetians were a circular people. So in that retrospect, you can't even tell history by the way of Western academia. Egyptology was created to bring forth white supremacy by the way of the royal society. That's why they had to whitewash Egypt. That's why they had to whitewash Israel. That's why they had to whitewash the whole Mesopotamia. Because whoever controlled them artifacts in them people's image, they control life. The 48 laws of power tell you, brother, in law number 11, to conceal your intentions and to keep them in the dark. Am I lying? Y'all know I'm telling the truth. He's talking about. You want to sit up here
and try to say, we don't have information. Well, this is the 18th dynasty of Moses. Watch. Go to the slide. Man, I'm getting straight to the point. Go to the next slide. No, I'm just showing that we have a breakdown. Go to the next slide. 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 I'm getting to the point because I got so much information here. Go to the next slide. Right there. Come on, let's talk about Hatshepsut. They erased the whole history. I'm saying
Moses was a group. It was an error. It wasn't. It was a time period.
Watch, listen. We gonna get into just wait, Kembali. Just wait. Let me murder this because I'm gonna tell you. You can look at it metaphorically as an error. I have no problem when people want to get into the esoteric and all that. I'm with all that too. But I'm going to show you in the Sinaitic inscription the name Moses itself that wasn't translated into 2016. They found the Sinaitic inscriptions of the Hebrews being in Egypt in 1905, but they didn't translate this information into 2016. I'm about to show y'all this right now. But first, this is Hatshepsut. This is the images of Hatshepsut, and they're erased after the Exodus and retaliation. And I'm saying for adopting Moshe, for adopting Moses. Now, we know that the Egyptians or the Kemetians are known to erase the history of people that they don't like, even amongst their own people. They did it to Akhenaten. They erased this whole history. So why I'm going to go by what they say when they erasing their own people? Checkmate. You're erasing your own people from out of history because you don't want the people to know the truth that a lot of them in Kemet were scandalous, man. And you're trying to make it seem like they were a perfect nation, but they weren't, man. That's why it don't exist today. If you're a wicked nation, you'll fall. Next slide. We're about to get into the meat of it now. Now we're going to get into the fucking meat because you keep saying Hebrews is this, Hebrews is that. No, you ain't never meet a Hebrew like me. Now, here's the inscription, Sinai 361. Moses inscription, 1446 BCE. Oh, here it is right here, y'all. Here it is right here. Here's the Moses inscription, the Sinai Moses inscription of 1446 BCE. The translation comes from Douglas Pekovich. He wrote in 2000, he was the first one to translate it in the world's oldest alphabet. Go get it. Go get it. It says down the bottom when they found it. They found this in, it says right here, Hildar and William Matthew Fenders Petrie, Sirabe El Kedem, Egypt, 1905. That's read what it say. Our bound servitude has lingered. This is the children of Israel talking about what they going through in rigor. It says, Moses, then provoked astonishment. It is the year of astonishment because of the lady. The lady was Hathor, which was the golden calf that they was worshiping. So we have an inscription, Sinai 361, the Moses inscription of Moses being mentioned. But y'all said that it wasn't shit in Egypt about Moses. You lied because you didn't know that they already found this information all the way in 1905. But they didn't translate this to you until 2016. Go get the book. If I'm lying, I'm fine. This is an actual artifact. No, this is a documented artifact going back 1446 BCE. You say, oh, prove it, so artifact.
Quick question. So,
yes, sir.
About 2 slides back, it showed Moses, but with the prefix like Tutmosis or Tetmosis, or it was using Moses as almost like a suffix. Is the word suffix like, you know how they're like there's
no, Tutmosis
like a Buddha or a Christ?
I've heard
multiple incarnations.
Right, I've heard that. I've heard that before, but we're dealing right now with the archaeology right now. Right now, we're dealing with the archaeology And that, what I'm showing right there, guess what that aligns with? That aligns, the explanation aligns with Shemor, Exodus chapters 1 to 13. This inscription right here that they found is aligning with what is being said in the Tanakh. That is the point that I'm stressing. Because remember, the whole argument that Tahuti said is to show information that there's any proof of the Exodus. I'm just warming up. I got over 687 slides, bro. I'm not playing with this bull. Y'all playing. I'm not. Where I'm doing this because I live and die for this. This is not a game. I'm saying that the black conscious community is being used by white supremacy to suppress another black nation. And I'm here to stop. And I'm saying that there are inscriptions that just got translated in 2016 that they didn't even know about. Because if they knew about this stuff, they wouldn't have never said these things. And if they're saying these things, somebody covering up some shit. Right. Oh, let's keep going. So now,
I'm with you on that, Kabbalah. I never seen it. Yeah. I never seen this. Hold on, bro, because now you get down. No, I'm with you on that. I've never seen that before. Yeah.
What's the... Oh, it's going to get deep. Right. Where my brother Rasul, right? My brother Rasul there, right? Mm-hmm. Now, my brother Rasul, he's seen the last demonstration that me and Tahuti had on his own podcast. Now, y'all remember, one of the questions was, can I show in the first person singular of us calling ourselves Hebrew? Remember that, right? Mm-hmm. You remember that, right?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. But, right, and you remember when he threw
Roko Rashidi. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, excuse me, Salah. Yeah, Rashidi's work. Remember, he put that up, and it was only talking about the excellence of the man. It never said who the man was. So then, because this is exactly what he did. Now watch this. Go to the next slide. Mind blower. Watch this, y'all. Boom. So now we got Sinai 115, Hebrews from Bethel, aligning with Genesis 13:3. This is 1800 CE. And in the inscription, they calling themselves Hebrews and by name. Us 6 Hebrews of Bethel, the beloved. This is in the first person singular. It's right there.
Stop. Pause it right there, Mighty Hebrew. Pause it right there. Pause. Okay. Now, Mighty Hebrew, stop it real quick. Because
this is an actual artifact. This is not
that's Kemetian. He got the
Kemetian, stop it real quick. My fault. Yeah, I got confused. Yeah, who's sharing it? Hold up. All right. Now, Tahuti, remember you was begging. Let me turn this down right here. I have the TV on watching too. Tahuti was begging and saying there is no one talking, saying that Hebrew in first person singular. Now when you see this, Tahuti, because I know you be watching, you're gonna have to deal with this. Now, Mighty Hebrew, go on to it. Wasn't he saying that?
That's what he said, and we got here a manuscript from 1800 BCE where we clearly see it says that we Hebrews, you know what I mean, of Bethel, the beloved. We see a brother speaking about himself,
the beloved, right there.
The 4 others that were with him, and as you can see within the Sinaitic picturetic Hebrew hieroglyph that was developed by a combination of our own script and with the Medunetta. This was written by Hebrew miners at the time, and they're letting you know that they were Hebrew. You asked me to show you anywhere where we called ourselves Hebrew at. Also, if anybody want to use the Tanakh, you can go to the book of Jonah, chapter 1, verse 9, and you see Jonah in the first person singular calling himself a Hebrew. When the men on the boat asked him who he was, he said, I am a Hebrew. If you can read that real quick, Jeremiah, Judah. Matter of fact, I'll go to it real quick.
Yeah,
and I'll read it.
okay, before you read it, Omar, he wanted to see some kind of inscription or something, though.
Yeah,
Not
and
the
there go
Bible.
the inscription
So
right
here's the
there.
inscription right here.
Right. And the only thing I'm doing is using the Bible to confirm
All
also
right, yeah, go
the
ahead.
inscription.
Yeah, go
That's
ahead,
what
fam.
I'm doing. I'm showing even in the Bible that it's proven the inscription, even though the inscription is proven to be a factual inscription. There's no way to escape. Shh. They hear you, Todan. Okay, you come out so I can get grab some food for the children. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going there right now to Jonah. Okay, one. Okay, I got it. Okay, I'm going there, y'all. Now I want y'all to hear this. This is out of Jonah's mouth, and it's confirming what I'm showing right here. Okay. So it says right here in the book of, where am I at? Okay. Jonah's a real small book. Okay, right here. This is Jonah out of his own mouth. And Jonah said unto them, I am a Hebrew. Okay, baby. Said, I am a Hebrew, and I fear Yahweh, the Elohim of Elohim of heaven, which have made the sea and the dry land. So in the book of Jonah, he's calling himself a Hebrew in the first person singular. That being the case, how is Hebrew just a language? We got to stop trying to deal with Western academia. Hebrew is our nationality. Israelite is our tribal heritage, because you got the 12 tribes of the Hebrew nation. And then you got this inscription here, Sinai 115, where we are calling ourselves Hebrews, 1800 BCE.
He said it was made up. He said that's made up. Hebrew was made up.
Oh, that no. Just like
in his debate, that's what he said.
It's not.
In him and I's
No, it's
debate,
not.
he said, I know my Hebrew. But this is what he said. You see what I'm saying? They can't keep throwing out random stuff like that, because the laymen, the neophytes, they will start believing this shit, pom-pom and cheerleading, thinking to do right. And then when we show you artifacts, we keep proving stuff, and y'all still don't believe. So that let me know y'all have an agenda. It's an agenda.
Oh, Asiatic 7 say you got COVID-19. Everybody pray for Asiatic 7, you know what I mean? Because that ain't no joke to be dealing with that. If he says something that he has COVID-19 right now. So everybody pray, you know what I mean? Because over here in the Lions Den, we know Jeremiah, we battle, but we also spiritual people too. Right. So, you know what I mean? Just keep the brother in prayer. So getting back to the point.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I hope you get well soon, AJ7. I see you. Yeah. I see you in the audience trolling Mighty Hebrew a little bit, but I ain't saying nothing. For you to have COVID, boy, you still got that troll ability still going. But go ahead. You ain't that damn sick. You supposed to be humble.
And to make it clear, Mike,
he like, fuck that. Right, he said COVID-19 ain't gonna take me down. You know what I'm saying? I'm still gonna do what I do. Love AJ7. Peace, brother.
There's no way they can get around this. This is an actual artifact. They can't get around this. Even if they try, they can't get around this. It's no way, because it's an actual artifact. You asked us to show you proof of the Exodus. I ain't even getting to this, the David seals, the King David seals. And you know what was crazy? How Garfield had that Finkelstein ball, not Finkelstein, something Stein. I'm on live. No, I'm on live. You know what I mean? The Finkelstein ball, or whatever his name was, trying to prove that David didn't exist. And no, that's what it was. Stern. He had Stern on there, and he was trying to bring up Finkelstein, trying to prove King David exists. And you know what that dude said? He said anybody that's still following Finkelstein is a crackpot, because he's looked at in the academia where I said crackpot, because he said King David didn't exist.
Hurt
King David did exist. This was like 2 weeks ago? And it was 2 weeks ago on Garfield's show.
Yeah, he hurt Garfield's feelings with that one, didn't he?
Yeah, they got the Dan L. Stella, Dan Stella, which talks about the house of David. Man, it's already academically known that King David exists. If you say that King, look, y'all, if you say that King Hezekiah existed, then naturally King David would exist. You see how stupid this argument is? King Hezekiah's father was King Ahaz. So only thing, so if King Ahaz existed, he had to have a father. So with narrative or chronology would we use only but the scripture, because the scripture is the only place that gives genealogy. If one exists, they all exist. In the Afrocentric world, y'all say that King Hezekiah existed because they got King Hezekiah's tomb, because they got what is known as the tunnels of King Hezekiah and all that, right, Uncle Cat? Y'all admitted this to me a bunch of times, that King Hezekiah existed. That being the case, then that means his father existed, and on and on and on till you get to King David. And then and Hezekiah and King David are not even far from each other. Why would you say King Hezekiah exists but David don't exist? You see how stupid that is?
Yeah, they cut.
You see how dumb that is, man? Like, y'all arguments are played out, man.
Yeah, it's
Y'all
2013.
argue. Yo, the argument, you already did commit dirty. Already did commit dirty so many times. You know what I mean? And I'm not even arguing against classical Kemet. I'm arguing Masonic Boule Kemet. That's what I'm arguing. I'm arguing about New Age Kemet, not classical world Kemet. Because the Kemetians today, yeah, the Kemetians today are your Bija tribes in Sudan. And they don't believe nothing y'all talking about. And I know y'all gonna say, oh, because they Muslim and this, and you're gonna get into this big ass frenzy. The fact is, the scripture is correct when the Most High said he will wipe Egypt out, and he told you wipe Kemet out. Ain't nobody rocking that to build no government. You can't take the 42 negative confessions of Maya and build no autonomous government out of that.
Now speak on it again about that, Mighty Hebrew, because that's something they deal with after when they're getting judged.
Yeah, that's when you're supposed to be getting judged. And that's another thing. The Egyptians believed in dying and going to hell. The original Hebrews, we acknowledge heaven to be on earth, man. Based on a lofty state of living, man. It's based on the mind state. That underworld shit, y'all got it from the Babylonians. Then in turn, the Babylonians got it from the Sumerians, which the Sumerians were refugees that ran into Mesopotamia from the Ramayanian War. This is a fact. They were from the Indus Valley. That's why y'all all puzzled about the Sumerians and all. Y'all don't know who they are. Even when you look in the table of nations and you talk about Shem's firstborn son, Elam, the scholars equate Elam with India. I don't know what the hell y'all talking about, man. That's why I just be laughing at these guys. Then I'll be trying to see what work they put in the community. They think only just being on the street corner teacher only. That's footwork. You got to build edifices. The Europeans are in power because of institutions.
Hold on, Mighty Hebrew. Kemetian went car shopping. Kemetian, get back to the.
Oh man, he's short, man. He's showing where you're gonna be dropping
over these down, bro. I got a lot of windows open.
Yeah, I
put that because we're gonna let
see all the windows.
He got too many windows. Or he closing a few. I like Kemetian and went car shopping.
That right there, Jeremiah Judah. That 115 script right there inscription that destroyed them totally. That destroyed them.
We gonna keep throwing it in their face until they can until they can you know.
And you can't say it's a fake because I got the sources. It's been proven to be authentic. So you can't come with none of them type of games, boy. I want them to say it's fake. Because the first one that says it's fake, I'm a bury them. Go ahead.
So Jabari,
say it's fake.
Jabari and SANETER, I know y'all out there listening and watching. We know y'all scared to come over here, bro. We know it. But at least make a rebuttal video. You can't. But if you do, you're gonna be lying to the people like y'all always do. Jabari stood up there and said that them people did not. He want to sit there and cry about Israel celebrating Passover. Yeah, we got to get back to the topic a little bit. Passover.
Right.
So
let's talk about that real quick before we get back into the presentation.
Video.
Stop using that, yo, Jabari. Stop that shit, man. Stop that lame young boy shit. This Philly style, I'm coming at you. Stop saying, y'all married African children. You've been to Africa, Jabari. Stop playing games. You got African tribes, so-called African tribes, because everybody over here now Hamitic or indigenous or aboriginal. Some are Shemitic too. You know what I mean? That amalgamate. Remember, the Most High said he scatters amongst all the nations of the earth. But getting back to the point, though, right? Yo, Jabari, why you keep bringing up the Pesach as it's commemorating the death of African children? No, it's commemorating the independence of our ancestors leaving from bondage in Kemet for 215 years, not chattel slavery, but bondage, 1446 BCE. Okay? And you know how we know that date to be true? Let me say that real quick and then say what I'm going to say to you. Y'all already admitted King Hezekiah existed. Y'all already saying that David existed. So naturally, Solomon existed. Most historians say that Solomon's death was 930 BCE. The first book of Kings, chapter 11, verse 42, say that Solomon reigned for 40 years, right? Okay, until his death. Then if you go to the first book of Kings, chapter 6, verse 1 and 4, it clearly breaks down that during the 4th year of Solomon's reign, he started building the temple 480 years after the Exodus. So if my mathematics is correct, if my mathematics is correct, Solomon died 930 BCE and he reigned 40 years. So that means he started building the temple roughly 966 BCE. So if you add 966 BCE plus the 480 years that we left from the Exodus, that would place the Exodus 1446 BCE, not 1290 BCE, the dates that y'all been using to supplant the Israelite captivity from out of the historical narrative. You stand correct because the Egyptian chronology is off. I keep telling you, stop dealing with, you know, all these like Manetho. He got y'all Kemetic societies broken down into dynasties. I thought the Kemetians didn't deal with dynasties. But your chronological structure, that's why I asked you, Taoudi, what chronological structure you using to give us any dates? Your date and method is based on Upsher's Bible chronology. You didn't know that? That come from out of Ireland? You didn't know that, bro? You know that the date and method that you're using to try to discredit the whole Black conscious community. Y'all didn't know that y'all date and method is Christian and based? You didn't know that? Who the fuck these dudes think they talking to? You trying to tell me about so-called African history, but using your Gentile dating methods and lineal chronologies to prove your case? Is this a joke or what, Jeremiah Judah? It's like the biggest fucking joke that I ever heard in my life. That they're actually using Western methods to prove Afrocentricity. Isn't this dumb as fuck? Who do they think they talking to? They sitting around here thinking they talking to people that's uneducated.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then now, Tahuti, I love you to life, Tahuti. But why are you using Wallace Budge when Egyptologists don't even use that no more?
Rasul.
And Budge, I'm glad you use Budge because you proved my point.
Hey, hold on.
I know that the Rosetta Stone was cracked by the
Let me say one thing, my
I ain't
Hebrew.
gonna go there right
My
now.
Hebrew.
But
right, Rasul even saying
Wallace
he's
Budge
seen them
say
using it
that the
on
root
computer.
of the Egyptian go back to Chaldean, which Chaldean and the Hebrew is the same language. You do know Wallace Budge. Oh, he's going to say that in this. What? Let it play. He's going to say it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Absolutely. And it's not a personal attack on Tahuti. I'm tired of people talking about I was running from Tahuti. They didn't even know Tahuti had got ill real bad and months had passed. He had to get himself together. But by the time he got well, it was like he wasn't pressing on doing the debate no more. Yeah, like I said, I already had my PowerPoint done. I was already waiting, and I still got 687 slides left. Come on, man. I couldn't even complete the joint. There's no way. It's going to be broken down in parts. I can do this all day because I know you don't study what is considered minor archaeology. Minor archaeology is proven archaeology, but they don't want to rupture the academic consensus. You do know that, bro. You study archaeology. You should know these things. I mean, like, come on. What archaeologists are you paying? Don't Deuteronomy chapter 19, verse 15 say you need 2 to 3 of your own eyewitnesses. You know we got our own archaeologists in the kingdom of Yah and Damon and Israel. You do know that, right? But in the Afrocentric community, y'all don't have no archaeologists. Y'all using archaeologists from Africa, such as Sheikh Anta Diop. But where's your own archaeologists at? And even the people back in the day, they all said the Hebrews were black. It's the newer generation of the Black conscious community that's saying that they white. because you riding a coattail of some European yids? Come on. That created the J1, J2 haplogroup, huh? You know that they created that in 1997 by a doctor by the name of Dr. Rabbi Yaakov Kleinman. Go look it up. The J1, J2 haplogroups and types are only based on modern day jewelry. They not abstracting no DNA from no ancient Israelite bones. Who y'all think y'all talking to? Y'all crazy as hell. Y'all run around here talking about, oh, they're not the real Israelites, as if they abstracted DNA from Israelite bones. You got the Lachish bones, 1,500 skulls, and they already said that them Hebrew skulls were Negroid. What are you talking about, man? You crazy as hell. Then you got why you got Dr. John Henry Clark saying that the Hebrews were black and that they migrated into West Africa. Why you got Professor James Small saying that the Hebrews were African? Why you got all these Afrocentric scholars saying that they African, but y'all saying that they not? Who paid y'all to say that they not from Africa? Who told you that? When we know prior to the excavation of the Suez Canal, Israel was landlocked from 1859 to 1869. It took them 10 years to do. Don't Job chapter 3, verse 1 to 3 clearly tell you that they depart his land? Talking about Israel from the rest of the body. It was the gateway to Africa, Asia, and Europe, man. What are you talking about? And don't the scripture tell you that his land is from the great river Egypt to the Euphrates, so the whole East Africa, all the way to northeastern Africa to Iraq. That's the land of the promise. I'm already in the promised land, bro. That's why I didn't go to West Africa. I went to East Africa. Bingo, because of the lines with Genesis chapter 15, verse 18. They don't know who they dealing with, Jeremiah, Judah. They don't know who they dealing with, Karima. They don't know who they dealing with, Kemetian Adept. They think they dealing with somebody that they can just run over with bullshit because of cracker. How did cracker enslave you gonna save you? You trying to use Western academia, which we know that they use institutions of higher learning to enslave us. So why would they turn around? You can't take shit and turn it into pudding. How you gonna take shit and turn it into pudding? How you gonna take racist Western academia and turn it into pudding? As if these devils care about us. They don't give a fuck about us. You think they gonna really tell us who we are? Are you dumb? Dr. Khalid Muhammad would never fall victim for this shit. He said that the white man was the devil and he always be the fucking devil. And this don't reflect on Lions Den. This is personal where I stand. You understand what I'm saying? I judge a nation by the collective, not the individual, because that's how the Most High dealt with us. And that's how I'm dealing with them. And you using Western academia as a form of white supremacy to oppress a people that you know that's helping the blacks in the urban communities and all that. That you know that the basic principles, if you ask them this, y'all, ask them this. Can you hear me, Jeremiah Judah? Ask them this. If you follow the basic principles of Torah, won't that bring forth a righteous standard of living? And any man or woman with common sense will tell you yes. The basic premise of Torah, they don't disagree with. They try to use these little nicks and picks, but then they say that it all came from Kemet. They can't make up their mind. They try to criminalize us by certain customs in the scripture, but didn't they say that it all come from Kemet? So who are you criminalizing? Are you criminalizing us, those that got this from Kemet, like you claim?
Yeah,
or are you chastising the Kemetian people? Play that joint, man.
That doesn't even make sense.
Give them the power. Give them the power.
Let's finish up on
let's finish. Give them the power. Give them the power.
Tahuti needs some more. He needs to be slapped with the truth again. Let's go.
Turn it up.
This is 1800 BCE. Hebrews from Bethel. In the first person singular.
What we do know is that the word most is really the word child in the sesh netu. Hebrew didn't come around. Let me finish what I'm saying.
We're not doing that back and forth and stuff. No,
yeah, that's what I'm just saying.
Don't hold on on this stuff. One at a time.
No, let me do my thing. Don't protect him, Rasul. Don't protect him.
I'm not protecting you. I'm just
coming at me. We from Philly. Look, we from Philly, yo. We from Philly. So when it's man to man, let men deal with men shit. Let men deal with men shit. He said,
so
you
talk about,
we don't just want a yelling match.
Hold on.
No, let him go. I'm relaxed. Let him go.
Rasul.
Yeah.
Rasul, listen. Tahuti challenged me. I never challenged Tahuti first. He challenged me. So what I'm saying is he asked the question. He said prior to 332 BCE, before the Greeks, can I show anywhere where we called ourselves Hebrews? I don't care about anybody saying this, first, that. I'm showing you an artifact where this had just got translated in 2016. Wow. But they've been had this stuff. That's my point, man. Yeah. It's like, if you don't know, listen, we all don't know everything. He just didn't know. A lot of us didn't know. And I keep telling y'all that Hebrews are people. But now the white man, I got to show you white scholarship to prove what I'm saying. And I'm saying this is bogus. The Hebrews were African people, period. I'm lying, I'm flying. Dr. Joseph A.A. thing. No, you know what I'm saying? Let me continue on with the slides. Because he said out of his own mouth to show that the Exodus happened, and I'm just getting warmed up. And I'm going to really tell you what the Marna, I'm going to really tell you what the Marna letters from me, that Harapu are the Hebrews that were coming in Canaan. That's why the Canaanites in cuneiform to Akhenaten wasn't a contemporary of Moses. He was a contemporary of Solomon and King David. Then I'm going to show you the King David spell out. Then I'm going to show you the King Solomon seal. You're saying that these people didn't exist, but why aren't you showing them these things so the people can get a greater understanding so it can be just weight and balance? That the Black conscious community is using social media to censor true Hebrew scholars that can challenge the social norm. They put in puppet, paper-thin Israelite scholars that can't answer the challenge. But I can. Know what y'all forgot what I didn't say on that couch? Y'all must have forgot. That's what happened.
Back with that one. I remember that.
I will melt, and it's no disrespect. I love Tahu, but I will melt him. I will melt him, man, because I know exactly. Oh, let me throw something out there. When Killer Priest went there, me and my wife went there, Killer Priest and them podcast, right? And y'all remember when my good brother Tahu interviewed, and what did he say that he used his translations from? Didn't he say that he used Wallace Budge?
Yeah,
didn't he pull out Wallace Budge? Come on, man. No.
He does use Budge. I don't know why he does, but he does.
You use Budge, but Wallace Budge say that the base and sources from which this information come from, it come from the child D. Say I'm lying. Say I'm lying.
Oh, you ain't lying.
That's
about
what
that.
Wallace Budge say. So why you using Wallace Budge? And modern day Egyptologists today don't even deal with Wallace Budge. So don't you know modern day Egyptologists don't even fuck with Wallace Budge because of their many inconsistencies and mistranslations of the Imdu.
All right, Commissioner, pause that right there. Pause that right there, real quick. Now that was that was a good thing that Mighty Hebrew just brought out. He said modern day Egyptologists don't even deal with Wallace Budge anymore. So why are you still dealing with it and trying to make it as a fact? Upgrade your information, Tahuti. All right, go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, all is well. Yeah, I got to stand down too, Judah, because remember I told you I got to go get this job done today.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
We probably should do a part
3:30.
two.
It's 3:30 over here
on the East Coast. Yeah, and Kareem probably getting sleepy too. So we gonna we can go a little bit longer if Kareem still want to go. Yeah, holler us tomorrow. Hey, you ran up West off, man. I think he running, bro. He keep rescheduling and he's talking about I can do it for my car.
Hello.
Like, So you know, man.
Yeah, Grand Bill, Mighty Hebrew.
Oh, for sure, man. That's how we do it, man.
Absolutely, absolutely. You had to put my name up in that joint, Jeremiah Judah.
Yeah, Kareem, we can split it up, or Kareem and Pike can rename it. Yep, yeah, we can do that. But yeah, man, these guys, man, he just showed Tahuti the information that he asked for.
And y'all, and so I just want to make it clear to Brother Asiatic 7, oh, a young bar or Amy bar, by the way, because I seen that you shouted me out. I just want to let you know so to be clear, I'm not over in Africa converting Africans or what you would consider Hamites to the Hebrew culture. What I'm doing is connecting to the scattered Shemitic tribes that reside in Africa. So I want to just make that clear. You have Israelites that are still in Africa. That's who I'm connecting with. I'm not concerned about none of the other tribes around me, but the Shemitic tribes that live in Africa. So let's make that clear. And furthermore, the word Africa go back to Afar. So if you're talking about remnants of the Northern Kingdom, we know that the name for the Northern Kingdom was known as Ephraim. And when you deal with the root word for Ephraim is Afar, the same as you see Afar, which means soil in Bereshit or Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. And also when you go into Abraham's children, grandchildren through Midian, he had a son by the name of Aphor. The Afar or your Afarites are the ones that conquered your Punites or your Libyans. This is what Josephus said. And this is where the word Africa comes from. So technically, your true Africans would be a Shemitic group of Hebrews, not Israelites, but a group of Hebrews that descended through Midian. And then you also have later on the northern kingdom or the children of Ephraim or the land of Ephraim or Afar. Because remember, Ephraim and Afar has the same root meaning. So it would actually be inaccurate to call the Hamites Africans, because the true Africans are Shemites from the children of Afar. Hallelujah.
Damn, boy. See, y'all ain't ready for the Mighty Hebrew, boy. Or the Kemetian Adept, or Yasha ben Israel, and the rest of the Lions there, man. See, SANETER, it's the quality of information. Quality. Not the quality.
Right, and he said, cut their own. I want to make it clear so you know, I'm not a part of the One West camps. My grandfather's Prince Asiel ben Israel. I'm a part of the community that left in the 60s to Gomorrah. So let's make that clear so you'll know Abba is online. Hold on. So let's make that clear. I'm not a part of no One West camps. So we acknowledge the 12 tribes in Israel scattered in the four corners of the earth, but we don't acknowledge the 12 tribe chart, because you do got those on that 12 tribe chart that are Mongol descent. That's a part of the seventh sub-root epic of the fourth root epic of Patala or the Atlanteans. They originally from the Gobi Desert, man. That's where they're originally from, man.
See,
They're
my Hebrew, you got to come.
not
You
our
got to come.
people.
You
They're
got to
not
come
our
do a
people.
demonstration on that
Like
right
most
there.
of them, yeah. You got, and because he mentioned the Decalogue, Stella, the Los Lones inscriptions in Los Lones, New Mexico, and Hidden Mountain. When you look at the Davenport Stellas, the Long Island inscriptions, the Kentucky inscriptions, the different Hebrew stuff that they find in the Americas, that doesn't show that this was of Native American origin. What it shows is that the Hebrews had colonies during what was known as the Phoenician Empire. The term Phoenicia is a Greek term, land of the palm trees, talking about Lebanon and all these regions. When Solomon made an alliance with Hyman, king of Tyre, who was a Naphtaliite, remember, in the scripture. And remember when Solomon married the Egyptian princess was a relative of the Nasu Akhenaten. Akhenaten was a contemporary of Solomon, not Moses. Not Moses, yo. Now, when you look at the inscriptions in the Americas, why do you think they find in the trilingual languages? Egyptian, a form of Canaanite, and Hebrew, because that was the triple alliance that Solomon had with his navy fleets going by the way of the Gizan River all the way to South America, Central America, and Lake Superior, bringing ores back from the New World to the Old World. Everybody knows that they do basic research. If you can go to Israel's Ancient Empires by Stephen M. Collins. I don't care about his beliefs. I only care about the academia scholarship.
What's
That's
the name
it.
of it
I don't.
again?
It's called Israel's Lost Empires.
Okay. Keep
You know what I
talking.
mean? And it shows without a shadow of a doubt that what they're finding is only identifying colonies. Because if Hebrew was the language of the Native Americans, you would find the evolution of it, but you don't. They tell you, even if you go into that even when you go into, just like we know that what they call Kemetian is adaptation of Tamal, which Tamal goes back to Zenzar. We know where it come from. That's why when you go into Kemet, you see that it's fully developed. Why? Because the children of Ham didn't find that language. They
See,
didn't find it. It was already there when they came.
when you
It
say
was
that
already
you
there when they
said
came.
Zenzar, that's spelled it was Senzar, right? Zenzar.
Yup, yup, yup. It's spelled
Yeah,
like that or
yeah.
Zenzar. You can spell it both
Both
ways.
ways and to come up, and y'all can look that up. Because
Yeah, you can
he
go
also,
look it up.
if you watch the full show on Killer Priest, he break all that down too. I mean, he went deep in the
And I
whole
showed the
show.
script because you
Showed
remember
the script
Rasul
and
showed
everything,
it,
bro.
and I was like, boom, I was melting them cats.
Man,
I'm not there. I'm on a whole nother different plateau. Yeah, you
yeah,
say
I moved up.
America is Noah's land, as mighty Hebrew, where the bottom is pig is America. Listen, it's called Patala. I know, brother, I know this. Some people pronounce it as Atala, which is known as the underworld. When you talk about ex-Brahmins, they were exiled from remember the Naga Mayans, they were exiled Brahmins that went to the Americas. But when I say the Naga Mayans, I'm not talking about the modern Mayans of the 16th or 15th century. I'm talking
I'm
about
glad you
what you know
cleared
as
that up, bro.
antediluvian Mayans
I'm
that are
glad you
known as
cleared that up.
Wagnite. There's a difference from antediluvian
Shalom,
Mayans
brother.
versus post-diluvian Mayans. Shalom, shalom.
All right,
Islam.
all right, family. Yeah, I'll holler at you in the morning, man. Peace and blessings. Uh, I want to. We got at least end the show with
Yeah,
this three
so
minute video. Hold up, when you get done, it's a 3 minute video
yeah.
showing this these art showing the retainer sacrifice burial grounds. Because Muduwa
Yeah,
said that this is pseudo.
absolutely.
It's natural. It's
Yep.
natural.
And
Jim.
and, and, and if you can, Jeremiah, you to play that rain at the end.
You already,
Play that
yeah.
rain.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Karima
So
got this.
I just wanted to let Asiatic 7 know that you do have quote unquote black Asiatic tribes that actually live in what they consider today Africa. But don't let continental modern names confuse you with the ancient times. You know what I'm saying? The whole planet is ours, even though we might have broke down into different. Remember Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 8, 6 to 8. Remember the Most High said when he divided the nations, it was in accordance to the number of the children of Israel. You know what I mean? And that's some 70 nations dealing with the 70 souls because of 70 nations in Genesis chapter 10. The 70 souls came in Egypt. Well, 69, Joseph was already there in Exodus. My question would be, if Jacob and them came later, if Jacob and them came later, right? If they came later, how would they align with the 70 souls, I mean the 70 nations? You want to know why? Because we're Elohim. We have a whole nother different spiritual entity. I'm saying that Israel is Elohim. We was there in the Genesis as Elohim forming ourselves in physical form. I'm on another level, man. I'm not on the level that you might think. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Go ahead, Jeremiah Judah. Pop that joint. Whenever you're ready for me to do that PowerPoint, I'm ready now, man. I'm on fire. Dudes is gonna stop disrespecting Israel. Period.
Yeah, they ain't ready, man. They just want some attention, bro. When you broke out that book, India once ruled the Americas, man, I ain't never heard of that book, man, but it looked like it's powerful. You know, it's saying that they came over here and set up colonies. India once ruled. Excuse me, Israel once ruled Egypt, right? Now the Americas, my fault. That book right there, Mighty Hebrew. But Kareem, you still there? Let me go ahead and if she's still there, let me play this video. Let's see where it at. Hold on, we gotta play this real quick. Here we go. Hold up, man. It's getting late, but let me just share this. This is Jabari saying that there was no retainer sacrifice. Kareem, can you share the video? If not, she might be busy though. It is late. Let's see.
Go in the video.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. And then I'm gonna show that one. I'm showing you video of the burial grounds if I can find it. All right, hold up. Let me see.
And one more thing, let me say something to Asiatic. You know that there were two Shems. You got Shem 9564 BCE that came by the way the Aryan root epic through Noah. When you go into Better Sheet or Better Eshia, Genesis 9:26, where it says, "Blessed be Yahweh Elohim Allahayim of Shem," it's going back to the identifiable fact that Shem Jaza or Shem Yaza at 850,000 BCE, which was known as the antediluvian Shemites that broke off and born the noble root epic, which in turn would develop the children of Noah. Noah named his son Shem after a pre-existing ancestor. Just like you had, like I said to you, that you had two tribes of Judah. You had the tribe of Judah that came through Jacob. Jacob named his son, his fourth son, his fourth son Judah, Yahudah or Yahawadah, after the pre-existing tribe known as the Yadavas from the Indus Valley, from which Abraham came from Adam. So Judah was named after the tribe that his forefather Abraham came out of. Damn. We from the Indus Valley, yo. That's where we from, man. There ain't nothing wrong with saying that. Y'all just looking at it how I look today. That's why when you look at the Aramaic language, you go back to Afghanistan. This is a fact, man. Go look this stuff up. If I'm lying, I'm flying. Josephus even said out of his own mouth that the original Hebrews go back to India. He says that out of his own mouth. You do know that, though, right? We can go to the 10th chapter of the book of Josephus. We can go into different places, 7th chapter as well, where he clearly said, that's why when they talk about circumcision,
Man, I can't find the video, bro.
What you talking about? That new video you just showed about the mummies?
Yeah. I can't find it.
You can go into my inbox. You send it to me.
Okay,
just
cool.
Use it from out my inbox.
Send
Matter of fact, I'll send it. I'm gonna send it to you again right now.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, my friend. I know I had it on somewhere.
Because that was a good piece right there. You destroyed the ball trying to say, oh, they wasn't doing no sacrificing. Yeah, they was, man. Them guys is crazy. Acting like the Kemetians weren't doing these things. It becomes laughable because they trying to manifest a new age spin on motherfuckers that was living archaic, man. Like, come on, man. Like everybody at that time was living archaic to some shape, form, or fashion, man.
Did you send it, family?
I send it to you, Jeremiah.
Okay.
Yup. You share a bug. Yup. There you go. You heard it?
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just heard. Let me see.
Yeah, play that.
Keep talking for a second while I get it going.
No, I'm just saying. I just don't like the fact that my thing is when people develop it and they get older and older, the debate scene is always going to be. But that's why I got students now. Once you get like a certain age, then it gets to the next person. Unless you're doing what Jeremiah Judah doing, like he organized debates here and there. He'll jump into the debate, but him and Karima, they organize debates. So that's going to go on forever. We need this type of platform, but you can't try to dehumanize. When they debate, they try to dehumanize us. You know what I mean? And then you got to remember, SANETER been building his platform for years. I was there when he built it. So he's been building it for years. So he got thousands and thousands and thousands of people. So if you just building your platform, he know that it's not going to get that high velocity. But that don't mean that. But guess what? But what I'm saying is that don't mean that the truth isn't going to be put out there. The truth is always going to be out there, no matter what. And as the years pass, it just grow, because as you can see, the Hebrew Israelite movement is the fastest and most powerful growing black movement in the world right now, man. We all over the world. I'm over here in Tanzania. I done ran into Israelite tribes over this joint, man. Actual tribes over this joint that came by the way the Bantu expansion. They're still upholding their culture. But go ahead. You found it, Jeremiah?
Yeah, I didn't know I was sharing then. Yeah, let me get back to it.
Get back to it so you can show that real quick.
Yeah, we got to get to that. Yeah.
Because they need to see this. This is
Yeah,
human sacrifice in ancient Kemet. You
right.
can't run from that.
But Mudawa tried to say it was garbage. Now you get on screen, and now he said, "Well, no, I wasn't." Well, bro, you was laughing like, this is garbage.
Right. What
Then
they
the little
do is,
cheerleaders came behind. Yeah, he said it was garbage. All that
you know what
old
I'm gonna do?
eighth grade
Only thing I'm
bullshit.
gonna be showing is all the grotesque shit that Egypt did
There you
in
go.
different African tribes
Right.
because they're trying to make it seem like it's only us that's doing these things, that did them things. We only did them things because we adopted other people's ways and customs.
Yeah, okay, I had to answer the door. Okay, let's watch this now. Let's get back to the point of the whole video when we start. Then we're gonna end with Jabari. Lead this on his mind. Now he sit there and lied to the community. He sit there and complain about us celebrating the Passover. He said we are celebrating the death of ancient, innocent African babies. This
He
is what he
tried to
said,
tell
y'all.
us we would be better off doing Easter, which Easter go back
They
to Astarte,
sacrificed too.
the Queen Mother of Heaven.
Come
Notice
on,
they
man.
trying to get us into a form of paganism. You got to really watch these people. The ways that the Most High told us not to do, they telling us to do. So that be the case. That proves that our customs don't go back to Kemet. Like, come on. These guys is crazy. And then they keep saying that's Canaanite culture. They don't even know the difference from an ethnic Canaanite versus a Canaanite based on academia consensus. These guys is
All right. All right, let me play this video because I didn't, and then I'm gonna shut it down. All right. So look now once again, like I said, the brother went on there and he just made a big deal about the Passover and just trying to tell us we should celebrate it's Easter and they do sacrifices in Easter. They sacrifice babies in some of these ceremonies for Easter. When they dip in the eggs, really they originally was dipping them in blood. See, I brought that out before. You know what I'm saying? Go look it up. You know what I'm saying? They had sex orgies. They had all kind of weird shit. But so he wants to lead us to that. But I mean, that's kind of off with him saying this. But the whole point is him saying that he had a problem with us because we killed African babies. And then I said, well, brother, did you read the scripture? It said in Exodus 1:15, it said that the Pharaoh ordered the maidservants to kill the babies, to kill the firstborn males. He said, that's just made up anyway. It's not really even true. So what the hell you on TV for getting mad about somebody something that you don't even believe in is to be even true? That made me go back to my old conversation I had with him. I said, now, but if you want to talk about some cruelty to young men and children, we can go to your pharaohs who got King Aha, because he tried to get commission. Say, well, what name is it you talking about? He knew who it was, because I told him this a year ago. I told him this, and he tried to act like it didn't happen. Then he tried to say, okay, it did happen, but that was only 2 pharaohs out of 300. So now he's trying to minimize it. Make it like it's a small thing, but it happened. It happened, bro. Now let's watch this video.
Still, many have long doubted that the ancient Egyptians practiced human sacrifice.
Hold on, let me start from the beginning, y'all. Hold on.
Still, many have long doubted that the ancient Egyptians practiced human sacrifice. Now, evidence unearthed in an ancient Egyptian necropolis is proving them wrong. Abydos was once Egypt's most sacred burial ground. The Egyptians began entombing their dead here 5,000 years ago, 2,500 years before they built the Great Pyramid. Among the thousands of graves, archaeologists have found the tombs of the first pharaohs. Matt Adams has excavated around these tombs, and the evidence he's uncovered reveals a dark side to the early Egyptians that no one ever suspected.
Each one of these graves was built inside a great pit that was dug into the desert.
The graves were dug all at once, and they were filled all at once.
This gray, crumbly material is actually mud plaster, and this mud plaster was laid down after these tombs were sealed over the whole area.
As Adam sees it, there's only one conclusion to draw.
These people did not die one by one, and were not placed in their tombs one by one as they died naturally. All of these graves were closed and sealed at exactly the same time.
They did not die naturally.
Did y'all hear that? They did not die naturally. You hear that, Mighty Hebrew?
It was a mass execution.
A mass execution.
The king's servants, noble retainers, even members of his own family were killed and buried.
Even members of your own family, of the king's family. He took them with him, Jabari. So we just gonna overlook that. This is National Geographic right here, bro. Go fact check National Geographic, and it's gonna say like a high grade in science. I sent that to Mudawar today when he's trying to say it was a joke.
So that they could accompany their master to the afterlife and continue to serve him. Archaeologist Gunter Dreyer has unearthed hundreds of these sacrificial victims.
Another skull is coming to light, and it seems to be the skull of a very young person. You see the rib here? Very small. So it's a child, now maybe 10 years about.
Every one of the victims Dreyer has unearthed was young, none older than 25.
It said every one of the victims were young, none older than 25. So Jabari, why ain't you outraged by this? This is you know what I'm saying? This is evidence right here, bro. You've been denying it for years. Look at the skulls.
The bodies at Abydos show no signs of violent death.
They poisoned them, then cut the head off.
Alive. Matt Adams believes they were killed before they were entombed.
It's possible that they were either poisoned outright or that they were drugged and asphyxiated.
Damn, Kimmy, y'all get down like that? Jabari, this is what you should be outraged about. You knew about this, and you was hoping we would never bring it up. So you can continue to bash the Bible, continue to bash the Israelites. And like Mighty Hebrew said, y'all, where's the Kemetic communities? Because all I see around here, we can find King Ramashah Ba with all them gay metaphysical temples they got. That's what y'all doing.
And that's not the only difference. Unlike our mystery mummy, no one at Abydos was mummified. The Egyptians had not yet perfected the practice. And the evidence also shows that human sacrifice ended here soon after it began.
The Egyptians realized that the price was too high. Some of the best and brightest were being lost, and they simply couldn't afford to continue sacrificing these people to go with the king.
Damn. So you want to complain about a one-time event in history about the Passover and the Most High killed your cattle and all that stuff.
Good evening, everyone.
My fault. That's what you want to complain about that. But then you just overlook that. You overlook the evidence of what's in your history. Y'all got to cut that out, man. Kareem, can you in the show with Mighty Hebrew song? He said Black Rain, and we up out here. We've been on for 4 hours right now, but it's been a good conversation. Jabari, you got to look in the mirror. You got to address this. I can show you. Here, I can show you. Here, I can show you the PDF real quick. Hold up. Let me. I know real quick, Kareem. Hold up. Let me. I'll make it back. Let's see. Okay, all right. Hold up. Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen real quick. Just so you don't think it's not just a video. We got information too. Hold on. Share screen. Let me show you this. All right. Let's see. All right. Here we go. You see it, Kareem?
Yeah.
All right. Let me get to that one page. I think it's page 5. Wait. All right. That's the one. Maybe it's 2. Okay. Yeah. Let me just read you this one. The name of this is right here. The retainer sacrifice in Egypt and in Nubia. You can find it by Jacobs van Ditch. The Strange World of Human Sacrifice: Studies in the History and Anthropology of Religion. You know, Levon 2007, 135 through 155. Let me get to the second page. That was the second page. You're right here. All right, it's page 137. Return of sacrifice in Egypt and Nubia. It says the earliest instance of return of sacrifice from Egypt appear to date from the last phases of the Egyptian prehistory, particularly the Naquata II Gerzine period, 3,500 to 3,200 BC. In some cemeteries, there's evidence of dismemberment of the body, a burial custom not attested in earlier times. Parts of the body were buried or reburied separately. In a number of cases, the skull has been detached, Jabari. Detached. These are little people from 24 years old and younger, Jabari. In a number of the cases, the skull has been detached, Reggie, from the body, and in the tomb at Naquata, several skulls and long bones have been carefully laid out along the walls of the tomb. Evidence of post-mortem decapitation has recently come to light, not only at Hierapolis, but also nearby Ademia, where at least 2 cases are known where the victim has been decapitated after his throat had been slit. I mean, what the hell's going on, Jabari? Not Commission, but Tahuti, and all you Egyptologists over there, all you Egypt maniacs, y'all keep wanting to point the finger at us, and here's evidence of what y'all doing right here. So now you got to look in the mirror. Jabari, you been running from this, bro. I look, they're trying that Jabari is supposed to debate Shaka. And then they didn't show up, so they had a bunch of us on the panel, and Jabari tried to come at me. So then I brought this up, and then he tried to downplay it. But let's keep reading. So evidence of post-mortem decapitation has recently come to light, not only in Hierapolis, but also nearby Ademia, where at least 2 cases are known where the victim had been decapitated after the throat had been slit. So I mean, thanks a lot, Pharaoh. Let me live in your house, and I'd rather be in the goddamn fields. If when you die, I gotta go too. This is cruel, but these were youngins, like Tupac age. Just think if Tupac was 50 right now and what he could accomplish. Y'all took away a lot of people's dreams and everything, just like they said in the video, man. We taking away a lot of our good people, but y'all did this for a whole dynasty period. You see what I'm saying? How long was these dynasties lasting? So it wasn't just like it was 10 years and it was over. These examples have been interpreted as case of self-sacrifice and the beginning of the practice of retainer sacrifice, but caution is needed since the status in life of the victim remains unknown. Firmer and more substantial evidence of retainer sacrifice comes from the royal burial grounds of the early dynastic periods at Abydos, Jabari. The kings of the dynasties 0 and 1. Those whole dynasties. How long did these dynasties last? It ain't like basketball. You win 3 championships, it's over. 3 seasons. Come on, man. The kings of they said the kings of dynasties. Did y'all hear that? The kings, Jabari, of dynasties 0 and 1. When the centralized Egyptian state was formed, as well as those of the second part of the dynasty too, were buried here. Cutting throats, kicking heads off, and taking names later. If the Pharaoh died, the king died, y'all got to go with him to be with him in the afterlife. That's another thing. They believe in the afterlife, Jabari. Y'all don't teach that. Y'all some new age fake Kemetics. You want to try to tell us how we supposed to do right with our book. Well, what the hell y'all doing over there? And like Mighty Hebrew said, you can't. Ma'at is something for when after you die, and then you make your confessions. The unification of the country under one central government is traditionally ascribed to Men's, or that would be like Neymar, I think, the legendary first king of the first dynasty. But although military operations may ultimately have played a decisive role, this unification is now usually seen as a result of a gradual process which took several decades. The identity of men whose name does not appear in contemporary records is still uncertain. Look, y'all don't even know who Men's is. You know, like I say, he is most often identified either as Neymar, like I said, who is depicted as the king of both Upper and Lower Egypt on the famous slate Palais of Hierakonpolis, now in Cairo, now in the Cairo Museum. But wait, or his successor Aha. See, they saying that King Aha was one of the ones. If you look it up, he was one doing some of the retainer sacrifices too. But this as it may, retainer sacrifices in the necropolis of Abydos is first attested in the. No, they got a little bit more. In the burial complex of King Aha, like I told y'all. Jabari. And continues to be a feature of all royal tombs in the first dynasty. How long was these dynasties, Jabari? Oh, hold up, but let me show y'all something. Because I know I didn't. Here go the sources at the beginning. You know, at the beginning down here, preliminary report of field work at Hierakonpolis, 1996, Journal of the American Research Center of Egypt, 1999. You see what I'm saying? Here go another one, the Oxford History of Ancient Egypt. See, we ain't making this up, Jabari. SANETER, if you're listening. But see, you don't want people to come out on your show and bring the real truth and then say somebody won. How did Jabari win a conversation when they came on here and told his ass that they was doing this type of shit, and you sitting here complaining about a story that you don't even believe in? So if you don't believe in it, then there was no killing of African babies. But we got your information right here. All right. So it says the burial complex of King Aha and continues to be a feature of all royal tombs of the first dynasty. The burial complexes of these kings consist not only of the tomb proper, an impressive mud brick structure built in the high desert. I don't want to hear about that. How they built it and all that. You know what I'm saying? And then it goes into this. Both the tomb and funerary enclosed are surrounded by rows of small square rectangles. I don't want to hear all that. All right, but y'all can look this up. It's got more information. A house funerary enclosure by the American. Okay, it just goes more into it. But I'm gonna go ahead and stop right there. But I do kind of want to show. I'm gonna continue tomorrow and show y'all where me and Jabari. Hold up. When me and Jabari was talking about this, and you know, he was just lying. But we can say that for another time. We got so much information on y'all, it's ridiculous. But go ahead, Karima. We up out of here. We've been on here for 4 hours and 7 minutes. If you want to play, can you play that song for Mighty Hebrew though? As we leave out, stay tuned this weekend.
I'm on my phone.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Let me. I don't have it either, Mighty Hebrew. So we just gonna have to. Oh man, we just gonna have to close it out. Let me see. I pick something. We always start and end with one. All right.
Yeah, we need to hurry up. I need
Okay, you know,
to.
I'm gonna sing a song for you. It's called "This Episode of Lions Den" is brought to you by Common Sense. I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. Now take that song with you and do what you do. That being said, we out, and I'm telling you, we got the best scholars over here, as you can see. We out.